good evening. It is Tuesday, November 15th, 2022, regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting. I'm calling the meeting to order at 5:30. Could I please have the roll called?
Mrs. Hostler,
Here.
Mrs. Arvanitis,
Here.
Mrs. Troutman,
Here.
Mr. Kaczynski, Mr. Collins,
Here.
Mrs. Stufen, and Mrs. Caforio.
Here, we have 5 board members present, 2 absent. Could I have a motion to go into closed session, please?
I move that the Board of Education move into closed session for the purposes of the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body or legal counsel for the public body, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee of the public body or against legal counsel for the public body to determine its validity. 5 ILCS 122C1. B, security procedures, school building safety and security, and the use of personnel and equipment to respond to an actual, a threatened, or reasonably potential danger to the safety of employees, students, staff, the public, or public property. 5 ILCS 122C8. The placement of individuals, students in special education programs, and other matters relating to individual students. 5 ILCS 122C10. Discussion of minutes of meetings lawfully closed under the Open Meetings Act, whether for purposes of approval by the body of the minutes or semi-annual review of the minutes as mandated by Section 2.06, 5 ILCS 122C21. I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Hostler. Please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman,
Yes.
Mrs. Hostler,
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
and Mrs. Caforio.
Yes. 5 yes, 0 no, 2 absent. Motion passes. The board is going into closed session. And welcome to the Tuesday, November 15th, 2022 regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting. We have 5 board members present and 2 absent. The board has been in closed session since 5:30 for items listed on the agenda. And at this time, I would ask that we all stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so we're going to begin with our spotlight and recognitions. So the first one up is York High School. Dr. Bagdasarian, it's all yours.
Thank you very much. Okay. So there is so much going on at York this fall, as you know, on the athletic and activity front, but also in the academic side of things. And kind of just to hit on our work plan real quick and our areas of focus, you know, we're there to educate, empower, and engage. Our education, making sure that all students learn and grow. When we talk about student engagement, we want our students to have a sense of belonging in our school. And then also empowerment, using assessment to provide feedback to our students so that they can learn and grow. Just to give you a few highlights on the academic front of some of the things that we're doing at York High School, we have a strong focus on formative assessment. You saw that in our student empowerment section. So we're really looking at Tier 1 instructional practices in the classroom. What are our teachers doing for all of our students to make sure that we're using assessment to provide feedback so students know where they are, what they know, what they don't know, so teachers also know what students know and don't know, and that we can provide sound instruction to help them continue to grow. We're also looking at how do we address the needs of students in the classroom. So that's our Tier 1 supports that we're doing with our students. So that's any interventions, instructional practices that we have that we're utilizing, our teachers are utilizing in the classroom to support student learning. In addition to that, we're also looking at the formalization of our MTSS, multi-tiered systems and supports, Tier 2 structures in our building. So what are we doing with students who are not responding to some of the instructional practices or supports that we're providing to students in the classroom? So we take it up a level and provide additional supports outside of the classroom to make sure that we're supporting students to learn and grow. And then finally, we're utilizing our division chairs, the new structure with our division chairs moving to administrators. We have more of a focus on curriculum, looking at our curriculum alignment with our sender schools, making sure we're doing audits of our curriculum, looking at our curriculum design, making sure there's a clear scope and sequence for our students that are going to learn through a guaranteed and viable curriculum. And then we continue to focus on those assessment practices with our students to make sure that we're providing sound feedback to our students. We're utilizing that feedback to be targeted and intentional with learning opportunities moving forward for our students. And then also looking at our instructional practices, we're looking at taking a close look in the classroom of how our teachers are delivering instruction. And then for future focus of that, we're looking at providing additional professional development so our teachers can also learn and grow and provide the best instruction they can to our students. So just to highlight some of the examples of educating, empowering, and engaging our students, there have been a number of opportunities for our students this fall to really follow their passions and really through the curriculum, through some of the courses that we offer, through extracurriculars, through activities, develop skills that are going to serve them well in life. And we had over 400 students take the Seal of Biliteracy exam. I think that was in like 16 different languages, which was amazing. That's the most we've ever had. And that was just, we had one of our teachers, Mrs. Knock, kind of helped lead the charge on that and recruit kids to take that. So that was a tremendous opportunity for our students. In addition to that, if you watch our sporting events, the YTV students have done a phenomenal job of broadcasting our athletic events, primarily football. They've done an amazing job with that. And hopefully some of those kids will be on ESPN someday. And then finally, in this slide here, we had some of our La Brigade students provide breakfast to 16 West Suburban Principals a few weeks back, and the meal they provided was outstanding. The service they provided was outstanding, and some of our students, plan on going on to culinary schools and those things. So giving them those authentic learning opportunities has really been impactful for our students. Some more examples of some of the activities and programming that we're providing our students. We started a group chat with some of our students with special needs, and that really came from the grassroots. We had some feedback from some parents. We looked at some ways we can provide additional programming after school so our students can get more of that social interaction after school through fun activities, games, learn and develop, and really work together. And they had a blast. We offered that like 2 days a week, starting in September. That went all the way through just a few weeks ago, and now they're starting Special Olympics. So once again, looking at ways that we can involve all of our students and get them involved with extracurriculars outside of the classroom was outstanding. And then there in that picture there, you see Spanish 2H students analyzing authentic resources to figure out the meaning of various Costa Rican experiences. So giving our students those authentic learning experiences in the classroom rather than just learning through teacher direct instruction. So allowing our students to think critically, analyze data, and come up with their own conclusions to that. And then finally, I just want to highlight some of the successes we've had in our athletic programs this year. Our boys soccer team finished 4th in the state. Our girls cross country team finished 2nd in the state, and our football team first undefeated season in school history, or maybe up there. Yeah. We're 12-0, and we play this Saturday against Loyola Academy. It's going to be a semifinal football game. These kids have, and all of our athletic programs have really demonstrated perseverance, grit, determination, and it shows in the record. This is a very competitive conference. It's probably one of the best conferences in the state all around, and the performance of our students has been exceptional. We're very proud of that. I would also just like to take this opportunity to recognize our entire student body. We had 2 assemblies last week. We had Chris Herron, and we also had a Veterans Day assembly, and our students were exceptional in the gym. For those of you who were there and saw that, the attentiveness to the speakers that were talking, the behavior, the just respect that they demonstrated was outstanding. I was so proud of our students for doing that, and really 2 assemblies in a week is a lot, but these students really demonstrated some great qualities, and we're very proud of that. At this time, I'm going to share a quick video with you. We talked a little bit about our YTV students and some of the programming that we've started with a new course to help our students, or provide students with opportunities to follow their passions. And it was made by one of our students who's also in the program. And it really demonstrates educate, empower, engage on multiple fronts, not just with the student who made the video, or Tyler Nels, by the way, and the students who were broadcasting the game, but also our student athletes and also our coach. So you can hear some of the conversations and some of the things that we're trying to instill in our students to help them grow and develop. So I'm going to share this video with you. And also, I just want to also thank the D205 Foundation for their support with our YTV program, because I know our teacher filled out a themes grant, Mr. Chambers, and we were able to really upgrade our TV productions at York High School. And also with our podcast studio. We do those podcasts every other week. So once again, it gives our students those authentic learning opportunities. So I'm going to share this quick video with you, and I hope you enjoy it.
I could give you stats, I could give you names. What this game is all about is for every kid who ever picked up a ball and yelled, "State Championship." That's what it's all about. It's a great time to be a Duke here in Elmhurst. The Dukes on their state championship quest.
I'm telling you right now, they don't care about your seed, they don't care about your record. As the houses get bigger, the kids get softer. That's what they think of you. Okay, that's gonna change the first play of the game. When adversity hits, like it's gonna, don't blink. Right here, right now.
Intercepted by David Black. He'll get the block. Let's see it. my territory.
They don't see it in front of something we really want. Don't wait for them to give it to you. Go take it.
All right, we hope to see all of you at the game this Saturday, and good luck to our Dukes. And once again, thank you for allowing me to share some of this great information. So.
Dr. Bagdasarian, I just want to say thank you. It is no small thing to bring 3,000 high school students, or approximately that, into a building every day, have them learn, have them be respectful to each other, have them participate, have them want to be there. And, you know, Mrs. Troutman and I were able to attend the Veterans Day Assembly on Friday, and just being in the gym with that many kids and see them listening with their heart was amazing. And that is a culture that you are leading at York High School. So thank you for that and all the work that you put in to help make a great space for our kids every day. So thank you. All right. So next, we are actually going to push off our recognition of the cross-country coach of the year and the assistant athletic director of the year to another meeting. And so I guess board member appreciation day. What is that? You? I guess.
That is me. I would like to take this moment to congratulate our board members. Our board members for being this board, District 205 School Board, for being one of only 33 school boards recently awarded the Illinois Association of School Boards 2022 School Board Governance Recognition Designation. The School Board Governance Recognition Program acknowledges school boards that learn and practice effective governance behaviors through participation in and support for board development programs and events. Success in local school board governance requires full board commitment to acquire the knowledge, the skills, and the abilities needed. Our District 205 board members are committed to continuously growing their skills and abilities and are dedicated to the members of our Elmhurst community. Each of you possess a passion for ensuring that all of our students in our district achieve academic excellence by ensuring all students master essential skills and content and provided with a diverse offering of learning experiences, which we just saw a very brief highlight of at York Community High School. So thank you. In addition, on today, November 15th, marks the official statewide observance of School Board Members Day in Illinois. Each year, this day is an opportunity for our community to show support for our Board of Education and the individual school board members who are committed to providing a local voice for their educational decisions and students as well as community. School Board Members Day is an occasion to recognize board members who serve an unpaid voluntary position for the benefit of the students and our community. As a community, we meet challenges head on. And by working as a team, supporting our shared educational vision, we come together when faced with difficulties, which we definitely, this board has experienced no short of during the last few years. But we also come together and we celebrate together the milestones and the triumphs that we actually have. So our success is achieved when we work together with a focus on our primary goal, providing a quality education to every student in District 205. So on behalf of the entire Elmhurst community, and specifically the administration of D205, we want to thank each of our school board members for your service, for your commitment, for your dedication on behalf of Elmhurst Community Unit District 205. Thank you. We have a very, well, I would say special certificate and award. I mean, like there's, you know, to just present to you at this time. Please, and I would like to be wrong, to go around the table.
Thank you for that. We definitely all enjoy serving the community, but it's nice to be thanked once in a while. So thank you. Okay, so next is public comment. We've allowed up to 30 minutes allocated for public comments, 3 minutes per comment per speaker concerning items on the agenda, as well as communication, petitions, reports from citizens, or representatives of other public agencies. We ask that you please give your first and last name and that you're respectful and do not mention any employees by name if you are bringing something about someone in the district. So with that, I'll turn over to the board secretary who will call our first speaker and will remind you when you have 30 seconds left.
Mr. Isaac Yu.
This is for the Good evening. My name is Isaac Yu. Dr. Campbell, Dr. Grenz, thank you so much for guiding your district back to a more data-centric look at our school district with multiple presentations. We all know the administration before you didn't leave you with any favors. But as parents, something in the curriculum doesn't feel just right. From comments of, we're doing homework in the classroom, why aren't you bringing homework at home? To, how would that test go? And like, I'll just retake it. It's not a big deal, okay? So tonight I want to present data to you and the board in a little different way, all right? The first page that you have in your summary includes the 5th grade, 8th grade IAR, as well as the 11th grade SAT standards. For parents, we send our kids over to the district so they can reach or exceed our standards. Growth is a process, but not an end goal. We understand proficiency is multifactorial, but notice that we have a wide variance of scores amongst even our elementary schools. Our top ones, of course, are Jefferson. 2/3 of our kids are meeting or exceeding standards, and going down to Conrad with 20% in math. As we go into the middle schools, our 8th graders are only reaching 30% proficiencies in Churchville, 40 in Sandburg, and 50 in Bryan. So more than half the kids are leaving 8th grade not meeting standards, and that carries over to York. We've heard many times that in your second page that COVID had a major effect. As you can see, we did have a dip, and Churchville and Bryan did bounce back, but unfortunately Sandburg just kept on going down. to the point where we're 20% lower than 2019 numbers. We go to York, and we have a similar type of dip going on since 2017. These numbers have dropped all the way down to below 540, which is the minimum standards for SATs. We've also heard that other school systems are dropping just like we are. Unfortunately, we're not, okay? If you look at a couple more pages down, we've matched other schools like York, Stevenson, Hinsdale Central, Naperville Central, DGN, and Nequa. And those other schools have rebounded since COVID. We have continued to fall.
30
to the point
seconds.
We're now 20% below Hinsdale Central. Dr. Cavario, or President Cavario, you've asked for solutions before. We hate complaining, right? So I'm going to give you 5 solutions really fast. 1, please restart the curriculum committee back on the board so that parents and educators in town can give you more ideas. 2, immediately have the English department review literature that matched the Lexile to the grade level. 3, bring back the old York chair, Sue Brown, to help you redesign the math curriculum.
3 minutes.
4, greatly reduce the eliminate retakes and restart homework. And a final point, Coach Fitz and the football team have defeated everybody in a conference, okay? You guys are the leaders and the coaches in the academia world. Beat the other districts academically. Thank you, and have a good night. Go
Thank you.
Dukes.
Mr. Tom Chavez?
Hi, good evening. Superintendent Campbell, President Caforio, members of the board and administration. My name is Tom Chavez. I'm a 17-year resident of Elmhurst, a parent of a student in District 205, and a candidate for the school board. At the end of October, the Illinois State Board of Education released the 2022 academic data for Illinois public schools, including District 205. The results were sobering. Statewide, children are 30% proficient in ELA, only 25% proficient in math. This means that roughly 7 out of 10 children in our state can't read or do math at grade level. In Elmhurst, the numbers thankfully are better, but remain at crisis levels. 5th graders are 56% proficient in English, 45% in math. 8th graders are 50% proficient in English, 45% in math. York is at 52% proficient in English, only 50% in math, and for the first time, our high school does not meet base level proficiency in either. On most grading scales, 60 to 69% is a D. Anything below that is an F. Superintendent Campbell, Mr. Grenz, and the board know these numbers aren't good. They know that when more than half of our students aren't meeting proficiency in core academic subjects or moving at the right pace in the direction of college and career readiness, there's a problem. An email sent to all D205 parents on October 27th highlighted summative designations assigned by the state based on state performance indicators. 6 schools were designated exemplary, 6 were designated commendable, and Superintendent Campbell proclaimed, every school certainly has something to celebrate. While I appreciate the enthusiasm from Superintendent Campbell, I also believe she's obligated to thoroughly explain to parents how the summative designations, exemplary and commendable, are derived. A better explanation would tell parents that Illinois state standards are extremely low, and since D205 measures 10% above these very low standards, the state assigns us the exemplary and commendable designations, but those aren't Elmhurst standards. At the September board meeting, I explained SEL doesn't improve academic outcomes because academic outcomes are in fact not improving. They're doing the opposite. In October, I discussed consequences. For example, only 10% of students who are far behind their peers in college and career readiness benchmarks in reading in 8th grade were able to meet readiness benchmarks in 12th grade.
30 seconds.
Today, a solution, a public-private one that aggressively assesses and attacks the academic proficiency crisis. It involves an army of community volunteers, local private ed businesses working hand in glove with the district to provide direct and intensive academic remediation that more than 50% of our students need and that professional educators say is necessary to get kids caught up academically. It would call for a serious assessment of the resources committed to building and deploying curriculum, measuring its effectiveness, and holding the people in charge accountable. Our
3
kids in
minutes.
Elmhurst deserve no less. Thank you.
Chris Lamika.
Good evening. My name is Chris Lamika, and I'd like to read a few passages from the book, The Absolutely True Diary of a Part-Time Indian, that is currently required reading for all freshmen at York High School. Page 20. I spend hours in the bathroom with a magazine that has 1,000 pictures of naked movie stars. Naked women plus right hand equals happy, happy, joy, joy. Yep, that's right. I admit that I masturbate. I'm proud of it. I'm good at it. I'm ambidextrous. If there were a professional masturbators league, I'd get drafted #1 and make millions of dollars. And maybe you're thinking, well, you really shouldn't be talking about masturbation in public. Well, tough. I'm going to talk about it because everybody does it and everybody likes it. And if God hadn't wanted us to masturbate, then God wouldn't have given us thumbs. On page 52 of this book, you will find a racial epithet. On page 78, I'll continue reading. Yes, 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 Gordy said. Now, doesn't that give you a boner? I am rock hard, I said. Gordy blushed. Well, I don't mean boner in the sexual sense, Gordy said. I don't think you should run through life with a real erect penis, but you should approach each book, you should approach life with the real possibility that you might get a metaphorical boner at any point. A metaphorical boner, I shouted. What the heck is a metaphorical boner? Gordy laughed. When I say boner, I really mean joy, he said. Then why didn't you just say joy? You don't have to say boner whenever you think about boners. I get confused. Boner is funnier. On page 160, there's this beautiful selection. Miss Warren was like 50 years old, but she was still pretty hot. She was all skinny and muscular because she jogged all the time. So I sort of physically reacted to her hug. Yep, I had a big erection when I learned of my sister's death. On page 179. That's because you're a tree fag, Rowdy said. I'm not a tree fag, I said. Then how come you stick your dick inside knotholes? I stick my dick inside the girl trees, I said.
30 seconds.
The D205 board is supposed to act in the best interests of the students. Do you honestly believe that this book promotes an inclusive environment or contributes to a sense of worth for all the students? I would ask Jim Collins and Kieran Stufen why you approved this book as required reading in 2014 and then again in 2016. How does this vulgar and degrading book contribute to an equitable education for all students or their sense of belonging? Or is this part of the offering of a diverse learning experience that we can come to expect at York? Thank you.
Thank you. Becca Harpster.
Hello, my name is Becca Harpster. I'm here for 3 reasons tonight. 1, apparently there was a public hearing in June on a flexible learning plan, aka remote learning plan. Per ISB rules, D205 announced this via the newspaper. And my bad, it was also in board docs and I should have been paying attention. But I think D205 could do better to communicate with the community before a public hearing. As most people my age don't read the newspaper anymore, I think it would be much more effective to send an email to all D205 families regarding any public hearing for flexible learning plans, budgets, whatever the case may be. D205 families deserve more transparency. Take out the newspaper ad and send an email next time. 2, now I'd like to share my thoughts on the remote learning plan since I wasn't able to in June. First, I thought it was pretty standard knowledge these days that remote learning is not an effective substitute for in-person learning. Even if only for 5 days a year, that's 5 less effective school days than we had before. Second, the plan that my elementary student would be on has a 40% reduction in ELA instructional time and a 33% reduction in math instructional time. Again, doesn't seem like a great substitute. Third, my kids hated remote learning. School provides more than just instructional time. Social cues, friends, and community are all missing in this plan, and those are also important to the school day. Remote learning was bad for my child's mental health. He hated school, and in his words, he hated his life. I think you are valuing convenience over what's best for our children's mental health and for their learning. And I'm saddened that kids in 205 will no longer experience the joy of a snow day. Number 3. Finally, I'd like to address the 9th grade ELA curriculum. I find the book being talked about tonight to be inappropriate content for minor children, particularly for 9th graders. Most districts, if they do use that book, keep it for 11th or 12th graders. It's disappointing that the book is such a low Lexile level, and I've also heard this book leaves many students feeling embarrassed and uncomfortable. This is not about banning. Anyone can buy this book same day on Amazon for $11. It's about the district providing age-level appropriate content for minor children and books that contribute to a rigorous curriculum, not detract from one. Thank you so much for your time.
That's it.
Okay, thank you. All right, as a reminder, we don't respond now and follow up either the board or administration as necessary to the public comments. All right, so we will move on in the agenda. We have a pretty lengthy agenda. Business matters, academic, and so on. So let's get started. I want to thank my colleagues in advance. I know this board packet had a lot to prep for, a lot of reading and a lot of things to think about in preparation. So thank you for your preparation. And I guess before we get started, we got to do approval of board meeting minutes. Sorry. It's getting a little excited. All right, so item A, approval of committee of the whole board minutes from October 18th, 2022 and October 26th, 2022. Does anyone have any changes? Okay, those stand as presented. And then second is approval of closed session minutes, September 27th, 2022. Those stand as presented. All right, now we'll move on to reports and presentations. The first one is indicators and comparisons of state and national assessments. And just a reminder, at our committee of the whole, we looked at the state, our state data that was just coming out. And so at that time, we couldn't, we didn't have access to everyone else's for perspective, so. All right, Dr. Grenz, it's all yours.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. So this is the third in our annual series that is focused on student growth and achievement. Tonight we're going to look at several indicators from state and national assessments in comparison to other unit districts. Before we begin, I do want to ground the work in our updated and community-informed mission, values, and vision. This is what we are referring to as the journey of excellence. You'll see here the mission, being that students are educated, engaged, and empowered. And that's carried out through a core set of our values. I won't read them through to you here, but you can see them there. And each of those values then comes with it with the vision on the bottom, which is ready for college, career, and life. Dr. Campbell's going to expand on this more, but I wanted to share this with you as we think about some of the areas of focus that will show up as it relates to some of those key tenets throughout the presentation, but also throughout our conversations this evening and several other presentations as well. So as I mentioned, this data was recently presented at the Committee of the Whole. That board meeting took place on October 26th. The following day, the state released the comparison data from other districts. So now that we have that data, we can look at it side by side. This sequence was established last year, so we're on a very similar process. In the past, there was more of an annual singular approach with our data, and we've expanded that now to 4. And last year, we had even more presentations that related to that as well. The indicators we'll look at tonight are going to highlight IAR, 9th grade on track, SAT, early college coursework, graduation rate, post-secondary enrollment, and there was increased attention at the Committee of the Whole around chronic absenteeism, so we added that on, not necessarily an assessment per se, but we wanted to give you some perspective in comparison to some of our neighboring unit districts related to that metric. So our comparison districts are listed here. These are used throughout the year in several different areas, not just academics. And this has been a historical group that we have used. They have similar funding formulas, both meaning that they have the similar structure related to federal, state, and local dollars. You will also see these districts appear in another presentation this evening from my colleague, Mr. Welton, as well. So let's take a look. We tried to analyze this data in a number of formats to make it as clear and as visually approachable for each of you. So I want to ground you a little bit in what you're going to see in each slide. You'll have two visuals that come with each slide. The lines will represent, along with a symbol, each of our comparison districts. The thicker blue line represents Elmhurst D205. And on the far right, you'll see a data table that is created in an effort to help you see where we stand as it relates to last year's 21-22 outcomes. The lines are intended to help show any sort of trends, growth, and also, of course, opportunities for continuous improvement. You'll see on this slide, very first, is the IAR data from grades 3 to 8, and it's the percentage of students that are meeting or exceeding on the IAR for grades 3 to 8. From 21 to 22, you'll see an increase from 42 to 54%. That's a 12% increase, and that is surpassing where we were at in 2019 in the ELA for grades 3 to 8. You'll notice our positioning in this slide, in the top two of our comparisons, and our percent increase showing a larger increase than other comparison districts. We also wanted to break that down a little bit more for you, which I'll show in a minute. But before we do so, here is math for grades 3 to 8. Again, similar slide in terms of the formatting, but you're looking at a different content area. And we're seeing here a 42 to 48% increase from 21 to 22, so a 6% increase there. We are edging closer to our 2019 percentage with a 4-point gap there. You'll notice our positioning in the top four. While our growth here was 6%, our comparison districts grew 8%. One comparison district grew 8%, while others grew anywhere from 3 to 5%. Looking a little deeper again now with grades 3 to 5, you're seeing here a 44, back to ELA. So we're going ELA, math, ELA. You're seeing a 44 to 59% increase from 21 to 22, so that's a 15% increase. And we have also surpassed our 2019 percentage, meaning exceeding, by 8 percentage points for that grade band. You'll notice in this case, in this grade band, we are positioned in the top 3 in comparison to our comparisons, and we're showing a larger increase than any other comparison district for this grade band. In math, we're seeing a 47 to 53% increase for grades 3 to 5 from 21 to 22. That's up 6%. We're edging closer here, but not there yet as it relates to the 2019 percentage, exceeding with 7 percentage points to reach that pre-pandemic level of proficiency in 2019. As it relates to math and our unit district comparisons, they experienced a range of growth from anywhere from 2% to 10%. And as a reminder, our growth was 6% in grades 3 to 5. When we look at ELA in grades 6 to 8, we're seeing a 39 to 49% increase from 21 to 22, so 10 percentage points, with only a 3 percentage point margin there to reach back to our pre-pandemic level in 2019. You'll notice our positioning here in the top 3, showing a larger increase than other comparison districts, with 2 districts even declining in proficiency from 21 to 22. In math, grades 6 to 8, a 4% increase, 40 to 44% from 21 to 22. We have some opportunities for improvement here. Our 2019 percentage of meeting exceeding was 52%. So again, we're at 44%. Our 2019 was at 52%. We do have a positioning in the top 4. We had districts that we looked at in comparisons where the percent change from anywhere from 1% decreases to even as much as 7% decreases from 21 to 22. There are opportunities here for us to really try to apply the learnings from this data. We've been diving deeper into this, but we want to figure out exactly what are the next steps related to elevating our instructional resources, looking at targeted interventions, thinking about enrichments and supports so that we're not just focused on the intervention piece, but also how we can lift up other students as well. Our increase for this, as a reminder, from 21 to 22 was 4%. Getting to the high school now and looking at 9th grade on track. As a reminder, 9th grade on track, or freshman on track, it's also referred to as FOT, is a key predictor of high school success. York continues to successfully focus on this metric for our 9th graders. As a reminder, and why are we looking at this? Students who finish 9th grade year on track are almost 4 times as likely to graduate from high school as students who are not on track. You'll notice in this, we are positioned in the top 2 of our comparisons. Our percent increase has grown year over year since 2019, and that is unfortunately not the case for all of the comparison districts listed. In SAT, if we look at evidence-based reading and writing, or EBRW, here we are seeing a 5% decrease from 57 to 52%, from 21 to 22, and there are definitely opportunities here for improvement, as our 2019 percent meeting exceeding was 65%. You'll notice here our positioning in the top 5 of our comparison districts. All but one of our comparison districts had a decline from 21 to 22 on the SAT benchmarks, with the percent change for some of those comparison districts ranging anywhere from a 7% decrease to only one district that had one district with a 5% increase. We have opportunities here to apply some learnings from this data to elevate our instructional practices, to look at some of the targeted interventions and enrichments. We are focusing on this work through an action plan that involves multi-year goals. We have several immediate actions which are also currently in progress, everything from aligning our curriculum resources to the rigor of the SAT exam. We're analyzing resources, looking at instructional practices and professional learning specific as it relates to improving the outcomes with our students. We're also partnering with College Board for professional learning and continuing to create that culture, as well as a focus and awareness of what the SAT is asking of our students. And we're also providing Kaplan SAT prep to all our juniors that we've talked about before, with over 300 students currently taking advantage of that opportunity. When we look at math for the SAT, we are seeing a 7% decrease from 57 to 50% over the last year, and there are obviously opportunities here for improvement as well. Our 2019 percentage meeting exceeding was 63%. For math, you'll see we are in the 6th ranking as it relates to our comparison districts. There were declines from 21 to 22 for all but 2 of our comparison districts in math. And the percent change for those districts ranged anywhere from a 9% decrease to 2 districts with a 1% increase from 21 to 22. As we talked about in the last slide, opportunities do exist for us to look into our actions to make sure that that progress is monitored and to make sure that we follow up with relation to the SAT goals. Looking at early college coursework, we talked about this on October 26th as well. But on that date, we looked at seniors who have taken college level courses. So this is everything from advanced placement to dual credit, as well as our advanced college project with Indiana University. Tonight, what you're looking at is our positioning as a top district in comparison to our other comparison districts, but this is for all students across grades 9-12. So last data was seniors when we looked at it, and this is all students 9-12 who are experiencing college coursework while at York. Our graduation, this is our composite graduation. So again, our 4-, 5-, and 6-year rate. So all students are listed here who graduated in 21-22 in their fourth, fifth, or sixth year. We're seeing a 2% decrease from 95 to 93% from 21 to 22, and there are opportunities for improvement as our 2018 composite graduation rate was 95%. No comparison district showed here in our list had an increase from 21 to 22. So everyone has something to look at as it relates to next steps with this. For us, what we're starting to think about is trying to apply our freshman on track or our ninth grade work that we're doing with the targeted interventions and supports. We're also digging into this data even more, disaggregating it by student groups, focusing in on how we can support students with special needs, including our emerging bilingual students, as well as students with IEPs. And the class of 2022, it is worth mentioning that 17 students have utilized our transition center. That makes up 35% of our transition center population. I bring this up because many of those students are participating also with the College of DuPage to earn college credit while they're receiving supports from D205 case managers as needed. But it's important to note that ISB currently counts students who are enrolled in a transition center as a non-graduate. So something to have in consideration as we look into that as well. So post-secondary enrollment within the first year, you'll notice our positioning in the top two of our comparisons and a 1% increase over the last year. D205 is the only district here to increase post-secondary enrollment from 21 to 22 in comparison to our comparison districts. So as mentioned at the committee of the whole, we wanted to look a little bit more into chronic absenteeism. That was a new area of attention that we talked about as it relates to the last year. So what you'll see here is the percentage of students who have missed 10% or more of school days. That could be either for an excused or an unexcused absence. You'll notice our positioning, this is the whole district in comparison to all of the other unit districts, as the third lowest of those comparisons. All of our comparison districts had an increase in chronic absenteeism, ranging from anywhere from a 2 to 14% increase from 21 to 22. As a reminder, D205's percent increase over the last year was 8%. We did pull the high schools as well to look a little bit further to see if there were any opportunities to dig into that deeper and to see what our comparisons have as it relates to chronic absenteeism. So these are the high school students, again, who've missed 10% or more of school. You'll notice our positioning is the fifth lowest of our comparison districts. Again, all of the comparison districts for high schools had an increase in chronic absenteeism, ranging anywhere from 8 to 24% increase from 21 to 22. York's percent increase was 15% on chronic absenteeism. So again, the fourth of our data set here will be in the winter. We have meetings in February and March, and we have the NWA MAP assessment that we now conduct 3 times a year. We used to only do it once. That will take place in the end of January when the window closes. So likely February or maybe March, we would be bringing those results back to you to share out how our students are doing K-8 on the NWA MAP assessment in the winter. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Grins. Okay, so I'm going to start off. I've got a couple questions, I guess, or things that I'd like to maybe you guys to come back with for us. So can you go back to the SAT slide?
Math or ELA? Or sorry, EBRW.
You know what, it doesn't really matter actually, either one. Okay, so just to confirm, we're working on alignment, right? Like our division chairs, which are new this year, are working on ensuring that our curriculum is aligned to the standards in Illinois and what the SAT asks. Okay? So the other, I guess, I don't know if it's really questions or just can you dig into this a little bit? So as colleges have become more choice in their testing, you know, how is that impacting how our students see taking the SAT? So a few years ago, testing was required by all colleges, right? And we've always tended to be ACT because that was what the state required. And then the state switched in, is it 2019 or 18 or somewhere in there? I can't see. They switched to the SAT, but my very you know, this is not like based on some survey, but most kids tend to still go and work on the SAT when it was required, or ACT, sorry. So my question is, I guess, how is it, you know, the students know this doesn't count for their grade. It now does not potentially matter for college. Some colleges, yes, but it's not the same. Now it may go back, but right now we're in this middle part. How do we, I guess, how do we help our students see that this is important and that there's value in this, so that, you know, how do we do that? And I don't know if you have an answer for me right now, but I feel like that is something that we have to look at is, you know, before this test was a make or break for college, and it is not anymore. And it doesn't impact grades. In fact, I mean, they have to take it for graduation, but that's it, right?
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely have increased attention on it. I can't speak to the student perceptions right now, but I think that's a great next step for us to look into more. And we have had, you know, really strong interest in the Kaplan program that we're offering. So I think that's a good indication that students, you know, want to improve and are interested in it. We have over 300 students right now, and that's, you know, not something we're making anyone do. We are starting to dig into that data more as well to start to pick out name and need to make sure that students have the supports they need. But we can definitely follow up as it relates to what I'm hearing more of, like the culture of SAT and test taking as it relates to student perceptions.
And is there an education piece that we could do for both students and families around the SAT?
Sure.
Okay, so that's one thing. And then my other question, so when I see, you know, you look at the comparators and you see, you know, how other districts are doing. So I've talked to quite a few of the people in my position in other districts to see what they're doing. And what I would like to know is if you could come back to us with, for instance, Naperville 203, which if you go to IAR, they score a lot higher. And I think they've made some changes that maybe would be interesting to look at, because I think it's always good to learn from who's, you know, in some cases doing better, or, you know, what we can learn from them. And I just think it would be an interesting perspective. And so if you could come back with that, I would appreciate that if everyone's good with hearing that information. And then finally, I asked this, and I know you've got to have more time to maybe dig in. I think you maybe gave us one, but I would really like to know which schools are having their students perform the IAR level at 85 or above.
Like across the state?
Yeah.
Yeah, we looked into it a little bit. I mean, there are schools that perform 80, 85. The most recent data we looked at this week, the top 10 that we looked at related to that data were all magnet and selective enrollment schools that had, you know, academic profiles part of the application for the school.
Okay.
We are in regular communication with several of the districts that are listed. My colleagues can attest to a phone call that interrupted a meeting right before this from one of those districts as well. But we will absolutely come back with some findings and possible opportunities for partnership and collaboration.
Because I think that, you know, when you see that our comparators who, you know, are doing similar to us, right? then the question is, okay, who, why isn't everyone up higher? Or who is up there? Or is it not, I don't want to say not possible, because I believe everything can be possible.
Sure.
But like, I feel like there's something, why aren't more schools, hitting a higher mark? So, because we had great growth, and I think, I got criticized for celebrating that we had some wins, which is incredible to me. I'm like, but.
You just don't want to breeze over it,
What?
You just don't want to breeze over it. I do
Yeah.
think the upward trajectory here is helpful to see when we start to analyze it more by grade level and look into where that growth is. But we are not satisfied with this. We know that we can get beyond where we were in 2019 because we've already demonstrated it in several of those areas.
If we were satisfied, we wouldn't need to be doing any other work. We'd just
Right.
keep on. Like, it's always about continuous growth. We had some great growth, but obviously there's more to do. But yeah, so those are just some nuanced questions that I'm not expecting you to have the answer right now. But it's more about just continuing this conversation. We've done things, and I feel like, you just keep getting more detailed and deeper, until you're right in there. What are where's that hole, and what do we need to do to?
And the focus on IAR this year and last year, I should say, when we did some of our planning, has been incredibly strong. So the data we look at here is at a high level, but when we bring it into the schools and actually meet with our school leaders, we take what might be one IAR slide and we actually create it into decks of 20 to 25. So we look into sub-claim data related to IAR so that teachers and school leaders can support goal development that isn't just to increase the IAR. We're looking at actual components of the test in which our students struggled so that we can change the instruction that matches that result. So I think, we see things at a different level here, but the school leaders are absolutely digging in to see how can they, impact student learning even more and have that show up on the assessment as well. So it is helpful for us, and it's definitely been a shift in terms of the amount of data focus we've had, but it's been a great shift in terms of the conversations, the planning, and I think it's been appreciated at the school level too, because it's more focused and we're looking at data more regularly, but there's much more consistency. Even the NWA map projections to get to IAR, it's definitely aligning, but I think we can always continuously improve it.
Okay. All right. Somebody else's turn.
Want me to go?
Just had a short comment and then it's all you. I just thank you for doing this work, because I agree it's really important to delve into these specific areas. And I think that more than just comparing ourselves with other districts on paper on graphs, I think it does what Kara said. It helps us collaborate, and we can learn from other districts, and other districts maybe can use some of the things that we have found along the way, and that just helps kids all across the communities around us. So that only can, help them all grow. So as far as the SAT as well, and looking into pieces of that, it would also be interesting, besides just looking at maybe what some of the districts that are performing a little bit higher in some areas are doing, but also maybe if it's possible to reach out to some of the higher education organizations or colleges that our students are going to from here tend to be popular places that our students go, and maybe if there's things that they see are lacking when kids are coming into their classes there, that might help us to hone in on, some of
That's
the
great. 2 years ago, right before COVID, we hosted a group of administrators, and we invited in DePaul, University of Chicago, University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, and I believe 2 other universities and had a roundtable that was a very similar fashion as it related to things like grading practices, focus areas. A lot of it centered on the actual school profiles that we create to see, what are colleges and universities looking for? Do we project the correct things? Are there feedback that they have? It was very helpful. It did vary from school and university, and again, that was just a snapshot of 5 schools, and they were different schools in terms of their acceptance rate as well as just what they focused on. But I think returning to that conversation is a great spot to be, to see, as you said, what is their perception of things that maybe students can improve upon. We're also looking more and more now at our data post-secondary. As it relates to clearinghouse data to see how are students doing after they leave York High School as well as the transition center. And I think that is a great space to be as well.
Yeah, and I think as we're looking at some of our content areas and the pathways, that is another piece of information that maybe we can be helpful for courses that students should or shouldn't be taking at the high school level in preparation for college, or don't need to be taking, I guess is more what I mean by that. So yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Sure, I'm still trying to formulate some of my thoughts because I am, what's really striking to me right now is actually exactly how large our district is. And so when we look at student data or this type of assessment data, looking at both the macro and the micro are obviously equally as important. But to do that well across schools with the number of students we have, K through 12, is very much a challenge. So I'm just putting that in the air. I do want to make a couple points. One is, because I've heard this perception, I think when we think about education, we go to the traditional grading scale of 90% an A, 80% a B, and 70% a C, and so on. And I just want to make sure that we reiterate that test scores and this type of data analysis is not compared to the traditional grading scale that we're all used to in schools. So 90% doesn't mean an A. And the reason why I'm highlighting that is because this conversation is coming up among our colleagues around, well, who's getting an 85% or more? And I encourage us all, because I've personally done it, to look at, even if you take any data that's out there around the top 25 high schools in the state, right? They love to rank schools, high schools, elementary schools, you name it. And you see where they're performing on these same assessments, you will absolutely see that there's room for improvement for Elmhurst 205, depending on where you want to fall in that puzzle piece or picture, I'll say, in that picture. So what I'm saying, I guess, in a very long, drawn-out way is it's important to put this into context as far as when we look at our comparison districts. This is a great slide to look at. Barrington 220 is the most similar to Elmhurst 205 by demographic and number of school size, low income, everything. They're probably the closest comparable. And then you start to see where the schools compare, where our kids compare, and we're in a similar ballpark. So I'll leave that there. But now I just kind of want to go through a little bit about SAT and specifically math, and seeing those, thank you, drops. And so on a big picture for both SAT, English, and math, right, we see a decline overall. And I think that's what we are pointing to when we say SAT assessments have seen a decline nationwide, right? Still, our decline is a little bit, or a lot of bit, steeper than your average. And so what I hear you saying, and I just want to make sure I'm summarizing this correctly, is that, and what I think I hear President Caforio and others around the table saying is, we want to look at our curriculum, our articulation, our rigor, our scope and sequence, specifically in math, because something seems like it's not aligned. And that's the work, when we look at data like this, moving forward for the team. And So it was even mentioned a little bit ago in public comment, you know, what are other schools doing? How do we partner with professionals and experts that have experienced this and have proven methods for student growth in these areas? We all want to see that turn around, and it's a matter of how we do it and how quickly we can do it.
Can I add a point of emphasis?
Sure, go ahead.
I would just add, not only do we want to do that work, we are doing that work. So
Yeah.
that's currently taking place right now. That analysis of not just the data, but also looking at the curriculum as well as the professional learning piece that we mentioned. So we have those actions already in play. While the data became public on the 27th, we had a bit of a sneak peek to see, you know, where things were at. So we absolutely, once we saw and anticipated that, started taking action immediately.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because when we look at this and we can we can conclude 50% of our students, right, are meeting exceeding SAT math. That's the general consensus, right? And then the question is, how do you quantify the 50%? Does it mean 50% are failing? Does it mean, what about that other side of the percentage? Because when I see Naperville 203 at 59%, I'm wondering about their 41, right?
Sure.
Who are they? What is happening there? Is that curricular? Is it where they are in their learning? Is it scope and sequence? What is, you know, what is the story behind? So, and I know you're doing that work and I appreciate it. And I'm going back to what I started with, this idea that we are a very large district, a very large unit district, and that work is when we need to be so micro in order to solve these types of challenges, that is in a large district very difficult to do. And so how do we partner and expand and learn from others and each other to do what's best for our kids and turn this trajectory around?
You also mentioned something I don't think I emphasized enough, and I didn't mention at all, is the research around grades and an indicator for success as it relates to grades. So some of our work looking at 9th grade on track is thinking ahead and saying, how will our intentional advanced focus on these students who are all still in our building on that slide, no matter where they're at, how is that going to potentially not only support and help them, but also impact things like their success with graduation rate? Grades are being looked at and analyzed in more depth than in the past. Thinking ahead and saying, you know, how are students struggling? Where are students struggling? Where are students succeeding? And then is there rigor related to that with the SAT as well? So there is some interconnectedness as it relates to the grades, FOT, graduation rate, and our SAT data.
Can I go back one more? You just sparked something else, and we didn't really talk about ELA very much, or the SAT. Yep, thank you. So same concept, right? Different subject around rich and rigorous curriculum, appropriate articulation, not just in the high school, but K through 12, and the bookends of those grades. Making sure that the texts and the curriculum that's being taught at every level is complementing these types of assessments and preparing our students for those assessments. That's it.
Thank you.
I just have a couple clarifying and confirming questions so that it's clear to the community. When you talked about the dig into the data at the building level with teachers and administrators, that's tailored to each building, correct?
Correct.
Those are
Absolutely.
building administrators looking at what the students in those buildings are doing and working to create plans to address those students, correct?
Yes, using a series of software tools as it relates to a data warehouse, but also individualized decks that the schools get that are generated that are focused on specific key metrics. And again, more and more depth than what we are sharing now.
Great, and because I think that's an important point. Like Athena said, we're a very large unit district, and I don't want the community to think any particular kid in a particular building is getting lost with some umbrella plan that we have.
And when you visit a school and visit things like PLC meetings, you'll actually see student, names on the board, them talking in private around specific student needs, what's working, what are instructional strategies that are taking place to support student needs. I think the joke is that we always kid that the students, if they saw the amount that the teachers were talking about them behind the scenes, they'd have no idea how much depth the teachers are actually taking to intentionally plan and support the individual needs.
Great. And I think my question, Kara basically said the same thing. Are we collaborating with other districts to determine why their declines are less steep than ours in certain areas? I wrote this on the SAT math, so I think Kara's already kind of tasked you guys to run with that one. And then shocking to me that transition center kids are counted as a non-graduate by ISBE. I did not know that fact, and that is shocking to me, really. So we had 17 students from York transition to the transition center last year. How is that comparable to years prior?
Can one of my colleagues speak to that?
Is significantly up. We have way more students this year headed to the transition center than in previous years. So
it's really interesting. I'm not surprised. It's a great opportunity for our students, but I'm still shocked that that we're getting dinged by that for offering them opportunities after York. That's remarkable to me.
There's a bill that is coming up in the legislature or currently before the legislature that would address that.
Okay. Yeah.
And Courtney, not to interrupt you, but I think that's that's why you dig into this data so deeply to figure out, what's going on. So that's not something wrong per se. It's a good thing that our kids are going to our transition center, but, the data.
Somehow we're negatively impacted by them having this great opportunity, which is crazy, right? And then I just had one more again, remind and clarify, can we remind the community what the definition of chronic absenteeism is?
Sure.
Because as we talked about, I'm a little obsessed with this.
Yep. So chronic absenteeism is a student that misses 10% or more of the school days. So it can be excused absence or it can be an unexcused absence.
Yeah, I think it's important for the community to know that's not differentiated.
Correct.
Excused and unexcused, which I thought that was news to me as well. I learned a lot of stuff when you go digging through data. So I think that's, important clarification for our community to understand.
And we've also already taken steps with that as well in terms of revisiting the procedures that we take for notifying families to make families aware, in a way that's informative and, just making sure that parents are partners in the process and they get advance notice, when there is a possible trend for a student that's missed several days. We don't want the students to miss. We know that things happen, illness, etc., but we want to make sure our students are in the building and that the families are engaged to know that as well.
Great, thank you.
And 10% would be about 18 days?
Correct. Typically we have anywhere from
Of the year.
177, 178 days of school.
Jim?
I've got three things. Scott, two of the three I've said to you privately, but I think they're worth saying publicly. There's close to 900 school districts in Illinois. Some of them teach math really well. Some of them teach English really well. I think it would be worth the time and effort, someone on your staff, to figure out which school districts those are, contact those school districts, and ask, what is their curriculum? How do they train their teachers? How do they do it so well? And figure out if that is reproducible by this district. Now, personally, I feel somebody at the state of Illinois should be doing that. I mean, we have 900 different little laboratories in Illinois. And the fact, and they're all funded by public taxes, the fact that we aren't looking at who does what well and who has succeeded is shocking. I've never seen a bigger not invented here syndrome than in public education. I also want to give you my perspective on math curriculum. our scores started to decline after we implemented the Eureka Math program. Now, I am in no position to say whether that is causality or coincidence, but that is something that I think we need to look into. Our scores also declined after our previous administration took York's math program, which had 5 levels, and it was by no means perfect. There was room for improvement there. But it had 5 levels, and I think in the education business that you call that meeting a student where they're at. And that was transformed to 2 levels, or I think the term was de-leveled. Again, I don't know if that is causality or coincidence, but I think it's worth looking into.
Sure.
And then my final point. On page 3 of your presentation tonight, you show a plan of 5 presentations. I'll let you get there. There we are. All right. So 4 of the 5 have occurred. I'd like to ask you to add one more presentation. Kind of the capstone, what is the administration's plan to improve our student achievement? I think that would be very helpful to the board and to our community.
Sure.
Thank you.
You bet. I will say, the outreach to other districts, we shared a little bit of some of that ongoing work. We have some really great professional learning networks that are already built to make sure that we can do that and share back on some of those findings as well. Internally, we also do that as well to sort of find, we have some real successes in the district, so we've built some great collaborative opportunities for different schools and school leaders to share out what's working, to help other schools to see, internally, can we find some of those opportunities for, increased and, magnify that to kind of replicate it. So we're definitely trying to do that locally, and we can look into outside of the district as well, even more on that. And the other items we can follow up, we'll have a chance tonight, I think, to talk a little bit more about the math piece and some of the, next steps with that we have for proposal, as well as some of the student achievement elements that will come out of, I know, the strategic plan as well. So definitely things that are either, if not on the radar, we will follow up, but also coming up soon too. So appreciate that.
I just have a quick question. The 2 levels of math, I'm confused. What are those at the high school? Like, what are the 2 levels of math?
I'm just going by what I was told, that the program was de-leveled into 2 levels of math. So, I haven't been allowed into York High School for a while, so I can't tell you what that new math program is.
Well, I don't know. So it's my understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, from my kids' experience and from the board, is that the teachers give a recommendation for placement, but if parents would like a different placement, that they could, so if the teacher says they should be in pre-algebra and the parents want them in algebra, they had an opportunity to be in algebra. Am I correct in that? Because
that is correct.
Is that
Absolutely.
And then we added bridge classes in the summer, so that if you were in a class and you wanted to move up, get through more math at the high school, there were summer bridge classes offered to help you move faster.
And from 8th to 9th too.
And from 8th to 9th. So I guess I'm just trying to understand what the 2 levels are.
Carrie can definitely share more. I interpreted, Mr. Collins, I interpreted your inquiry regarding course sequence, but Carrie, do you want to share a little bit more?
Sure. So the other courses, so each course at York in the math department has a general level, an instructional level if needed, and then also an honors level and potentially an AP course if the course offers it, right? So for geometry, for example, instructional geometry, a regular level geometry, and then honors geometry. And it is true that teachers may make recommendations about what courses students should enter, but then they have the autonomy, families and students have the autonomy to select if they would like to challenge themselves after maybe being in algebra and bump up to honors geometry, for example.
Because I thought that was kind of done as a way of saying if kid, sometimes parents feel that their kid, should or is capable of, challenging themselves, and so that open that conversation. So.
Yes, and I think what you're referencing as well is the 6th grade option. At the end of 6th grade, students have the opportunity to accelerate into 7th grade math, right? So they can bump up so that they take algebra by the end of their 8th grade year. And so after they're presented with data, the school makes a recommendation, but again, families and students have the option if they would like to accelerate so that they can actually get through calculus by the end of their senior year, or if they would like to continue on the core pathway.
Okay. All right.
Can I add one more thing?
Yeah.
Just because it's just kind of how I think about it a little bit too. It's identifying the math course that we want the vast majority of our students to attain by a certain grade. And then we can talk about, okay, when do they take the SAT? What course should they get through prior to be prepared for the SAT, right? So I look at it more like a flat kind of sequential of year to year. The rigor piece of AP regular classroom instructional is a separate conversation, but that it's about the content and the curricular, which course will best prepare our students, which course sequence or by what period of time should they attain. Too much. Sorry, I'm trying to make sense too. So is it, pre-calculus, college algebra, trigonometry, which course will complement what we're using to identify how prepared or how well our students are doing in school when we're talking about math in general, right? So we have to look at it longitudinally and latitudinally. So it's the rigor will get me in that honors track, right? But what course do I want my children to attain in order to perform well, or give them their most opportunistic opportunity, right, to perform well on these assessments.
And as we have those, as parents, are part of those decisions, then back to kind of what I started with of helping them understand in the sequence, ideally what you get through prior to junior year, when you take the SAT, since they have, we've opened that up for them to be a part of those choices, and hopefully are encouraging their kids to to increase the rigor. So, okay, I just wanted to clarify. Thanks for clarifying that. And all right.
Can I just add one more item to this conversation? So I appreciate also the awareness of not only us looking at the data, but really making sure we're clear on our response to the data. And so in these particular settings, again, as my colleague has shared, we're very much at the high level. In response to Mr. Collins, our plan as a district started last year. If you remember, my colleague, Katie Lyons, in our first initial review and deep dive of the data, we had a lot of questions and inquiries around our students' performance on the IAR and the correlation of our MAP assessment and how that was acting as a strong predictor or not of our students' performance. Within there, we looked specifically within the subclaims, and we saw that there was a need and an area of intentionality and focus around written expression. Therefore, from that information, we went back and started to look at our curricular resources and said, how is our curricular resources supporting the alignment of reading and writing? Where are those opportunities? We then also interviewed teachers. We met with leaders. We did building walks. That is the plan. That's the work. And we came back and said, man, we saw that there's a gap. And so that's why we came and we presented and talked with the board and put forth the recommendation of the adoption of the curricular resource. That same intentional work was done within the K-5, but it's also being extended to our middle school. And this year we're now saying, man, we're seeing some same questions as it relates to math, and we're now doing that. But what we realize is that in order to do the depth and the breadth of that from a K-12, thank you for acknowledging the size of the district, that we're going to have to ask and bring in some some assistance and some support with really deeply analyzing that in a very short amount of time across all K to 12. Also, what we presented, going back to the September 27th board meeting, we talked specifically about instructional priorities. What is our priority this year in terms of our key lever for actual change? Within that instructional priority, we actually shared with the board as well as the public around our instructional priorities for ELA and math. Within that plan, the district also then shared a very comprehensive professional development plan that outlined the learning that was going to take place district-wide as it relates and aligned to the instructional to our instructional priorities. In addition to that, we also share our look at our comprehensive balanced assessment program, the way in which we're now elevating and utilizing, particularly at the elementary level, our curriculum resources, curriculum assessments that are standards-based. How does that align with our MAP in terms of our growth and that alignment to our IAR? In addition to that, we also share the work that we're doing at the school level. Thank you to my colleagues that brought up that not only are we creating the systems and the structures for bringing cohorts of individuals together across the district, that work is then being implemented even at the school level, down to classroom level, down to teacher level, where we're putting protocols in place that are then being replicated at the schools within the structures of our professional learning community. So I think that, again, we're going to continue to come back and share, but I don't want it to be a missed opportunity that there isn't a level of urgency and that there isn't things that are already being put in, have already been put in place since last year as well as this year, which I think also speaks to some of the growth that we've seen. Not where we want it to be, but we're definitely building the systems and the structures. We will continue to report out on that in various ways, and I'm going to speak to that even in my next presentation around our district implementation plan. But I just wanted us to do a quick voiceover of the ways in which, as my colleague has shared, we're already in response to the data.
Thank you. Anything else on this? Okay, thank you, Dr. Grins.
Thank you.
All right. Ready for strategic plan, or do we need a break? Or you want?
I was wondering if you wanted to take a break.
Do you want a break? Yeah. Okay. We'll just take a 5-minute break. 5-minute recess. We are moving on to our second presentation, Strategic Plan Indicators of Success.
So I'm going to just really briefly kind of go through a couple of these slides here just to elevate the importance of the strategic plan process for improving student success. And particularly today, we're going to align our conversation with 3 and 4, which is looking now at the goals and the indicators that can be set for us to have a basis for how we're going to measure as well as communicate our progress. In this particular presentation, just a very brief recap of where we are in phase 3, as well as sharing an overview of draft metrics that the administration has put together to present to the board. And we'll look at one sample of the process of the goal development, the benchmark development, going back to what has already previously been alluded to. How are we digesting that information and then creating our district implementation plan around the key strategies that we're wanting to look at to implement in order to move us closer to those particular goals. And so really what I'm asking is, as we share this draft information tonight with the board, for the board members to think about the feedback that you will provide the administration team. And so I have 2 kind of key questions that I want you to keep at top of mind as I go through the next couple of slides. Question number 1, are there indicators or metrics that you feel are missing as we look at and measure our objectives and our strategic priorities and objectives? That's the first question. And then the second question is, as we move forward, are there additional areas that you are inquisitive about or would like to hear more about that align to our strategic priorities and objectives? So those are the 2 questions. Are there indicators and metrics that possibly are missing, and are there areas in which you would like to hear more about in thinking about reporting purposes, as well as the work that has already been mentioned. So just a really quick recap, board members, I think you've seen this slide several times. We are now in the development of the district level implementation plan. However, even though we have a target completion of winter 2023, this work is still, as we know, ongoing, and I'm going to share a little bit about that, as well as the alignment of the school improvement plans, right? Because we currently, we have students in schools and we're providing quality educational experiences. So that work is continuing, but just really making sure that it's captured in a document and documented in a way that will allow us to engage in our continuous cycles of improvement. We also, in the spring, will take the indicators that have been developed and feedback after the board provides us with information on that and translate that into our strategic dashboard. And I just wanted to pause here and say that the strategic dashboard is a really, really powerful tool that the superintendent administration board of educations can use to really tell the district story. It really highlights and tracks the progress as it relates to our strategic indicators and the priorities at the aggregate level. And it's just an infrastructure for school districts to build. Again, we talked about the state report card, but it's an infrastructure for us to build kind of like our internal report card to really monitor the trends and the progress over time. I also just want to note that at this time, there are no additional costs associated with the building out and the implementing of that tool. I know that was a question that came up previously. And so as we have shared before, our mission is around educating and engaging and empowering our students, as well as I would like to also say that this framework of, we say that it's the student journey of excellence, but it's also a framework that's applicable to the staff and to the adult learners in our district as well. So we have our mission, we have those values which were constructed with our community input. And this really all leads to us wanting to meet this aspirational vision of our students being ready for college, career, and life. So this is our what and our why. Once again, it represents our community input and our values. And again, this journey of excellence framework is highlighted for students, but it's also equally applicable for staff across D205. And so as we've mentioned before, strategic priorities, strategic objectives, as well as indicators, they are very, very still broad statements at a systems level perspective. So I want to keep reiterating that because, again, the objectives are really stating our general intentions of our desired future position of the district. So our priorities, our objectives, our indicators transition us to the how of our work. Our framework is our why, our what and our why, and I like to oftentimes say that our priorities and our objectives and our indicators is our how. How would this move us closer to realizing our mission and our vision? So that is comprised of our 4 strategic priorities of student success, learning environment, financial and operational effectiveness, and community engagement. So today, our administration will present our working draft of the strategic indicators and the metrics that are aligned to these objectives. Due to the robust approach and very inclusive approach, I also would like to highlight that, and pleased to say that our entire district leadership team has reviewed, has provided insight, as well as feedback, in addition to the cabinet members that are sitting around this table. So engaging our leadership in all aspects of the strategic planning process has been extremely important. And so we really appreciate the board's feedback and considerations on the strategic indicators as it relates to, are these the right indicators? Are there anything missing? And are there any additional areas you would like to hear more about that align to our strategic priorities and objectives? I want to just briefly speak to the order of indicators and work plans, which, as stated, to some extent are developed concurrently, right? So today the board will provide feedback on the indicators, the metrics, but just know that work plans are also developed alongside benchmarks, right? We elicit feedback from the board on those benchmarks, but more importantly, it's about engaging in an ongoing cycle of reflection, as already has been stated, talking with other districts and colleagues, coming together in our professional learning communities, digging in to really make sure that we're reflective, but we're monitoring our progress towards our intended outcomes. And so at this time, we're going to review each of the strategic priorities and objectives that are aligned to the metrics. We've identified one metric to highlight just a little bit, to give a little insight into our thinking around our goal development. That's currently underway with our administrators who serve on our admin strategic planning team. And so at this time, I'm going to pass the microphone to my colleague, Carrie Leischel, who will just provide a brief overview for student success.
Thank you. So when we're looking at student success, you've seen these objectives before, but again, just going back to those definitions about what are the objectives. And those are really those high-level goals outlining what we want to achieve when we think about student success. And so we've defined student success as student growth and achievement, and the goals we have around that are those 5 bullet points. 2 I want to highlight are the first one, achieving academic excellence by ensuring all students master essential skills and content, and then also engaging all students in a diverse offering of learning experiences. And so then, right, we were tasked with really looking at how are we going to measure our progress on these. And so the Student Success Admin Strategic Planning Group came up with 15 different indicators to measure and monitor our progress towards these goals. And so I'm not going to read this entire slide to you, but when we look at, for instance, academic assessment, growth, and proficiency, the 3 indicators that we're looking at are the percentage of students meeting or exceeding expectations in reading and math on the IAR in grades 3 through 8, percentage of students meeting College Board benchmarks in math and EBRW in grade 11 on the SAT, and then for our Early Childhood Center, the percentage of students meeting building middle or higher on DRDP assessments for kindergarten readiness. And so again, we came up with a comprehensive, aligned to our objectives, comprehensive indicators that are really going to measure and monitor student success. A couple others that might also talk about some things that were discussed in the last data presentation are those college success metrics. So looking at the percentage of students enrolling in college, percentage of students enrolling in their sophomore year of college and persisting, and then the percentage of students who graduate from college in 4, 5, and 6 years. We also were very intentional about thinking about student success in a holistic way. So we're thinking about students engaging in co-curricular activities, right? The percentage of students participating in either athletics or an extracurricular in grades 6 through 12 by grade bands. And then also for our 4th and 5th grade students, the percentage of students participating in band and orchestra, because that is a formalized program for them to get started in co-curricular activities at an early age. Dr. Campbell's now going to talk through a specific example of how then we started to identify benchmarks.
So just really kind of zeroing in under student success, as we mentioned, there are 15 benchmarks, but I wanted to just call our attention to academic assessments proficiency metrics and the percent of students meeting College Board benchmarks in math and evidence-based reading and writing in grade 11 on SAT. So we've engaged already in some conversation around this particular metric. And so I just wanted to give a really brief example for under student success, academic assessment proficiency, and the metrics of students meeting College Board benchmarks. As presented earlier in that September board meeting when we outlined our district-wide areas of focus and our district goals, we shared of a goal of increasing the percentage of students meeting College Board benchmarks in SAT. And this is just one particular example of how we actually looked at where we currently are. And so we've seen this several times, but I want to bring it back because we've chosen specifically to walk through a particular indicator because of the fact that we continue to see a decline, and we're not pleased with that. And that is something that we are addressing with a level of intentionality, focusedness, and urgency. And so we want to change the trajectory of that. And so immediately, as also my colleague Dr. Grins has highlighted before, we are looking to really identify not only the goal, but then aligning what actions can be taken in order for us to move towards meeting that goal. So as shared previously, and I will just have this on repeat again, aligning our curricular resources to the rigor of the SAT. So really looking at that assessment and understanding and unpacking what the actual demands, the cognitive demands that it's requiring of our students. And within our course of study and within our courses, our students gaining the actual knowledge as well as the experiences needed in order to meet the demands and show a level of proficiency on that. We're also, as mentioned before, analyzing our resources, not only our resources, but in alignment to our resources, our instructional practices, because we all know that it's more than just the resource itself, but it's actually the pedagogical practices, the instruction that aligns with that. In that alignment of our instructional practices, it's also looking at our professional learning to identify very specific opportunities and areas in which we can grow and learn in our learning community, specifically at our high school and across our high school, as we look to change this trajectory. We also, as mentioned, we're partnering with the College Board for some professional learning, and we're also offering Kaplan SAT Prep to all juniors. So this is just an example that behind every specific indicator, we are looking at not only looking at longitudinal data, past data, to see what our historical trends have been, whether those are positive trends, upward or downward, in order to then set a particular goal, while we also align very key strategies for how we're going to respond to that data and that information. And so once again, I just wanted us to walk through one particular example of that. We won't do that for all of the indicators, but just so that the board sees the level of in-depth analysis and work that's going on behind the scenes in response, and specifically in response to making sure that we change the trajectory for our students. academically.
I hate to interrupt, but can I just summarize really quick? Because I think this is a very important example that you use to illustrate the work that you and your team are doing to turn around specifically the SAT scores. We just spent a lot of time in the last presentation talking about that drop. You and your team have clearly multiple times identified the drop in scores. And now what I'm seeing here, which I think was requested in the last presentation, is the immediate action steps that have been taken to, support some immediate change in student learning. We're not waiting a year to see what next year's test scores are. We're implementing immediate change, it sounds like. And then that's kind of the short term, but then I'm imagining, and help me, correct me if I'm wrong, but then there's an also longer term action plan that we will hear about. Okay, go. Sorry.
That's absolutely correct. So we're going to kind of go through the remainder of the strategic priorities. Again, not to just pinpoint one specific indicator, but I just wanted to set that as an example. So now I'm going to pass it to my colleague, Dr. Rubenstein, who's going to briefly share as it relates to the learning environment.
So under the category of learning environment, you can see those 6 strategic priorities that we have listed there that we have already aligned there. And then on the next slide, you can see several proposed metrics. And so, for example, to Ms. Troutman's point about student attendance and chronic absenteeism, one of the proposed metrics is related to chronic absenteeism that directly relates to everything that we're doing. The others are areas that we already gather data on that we would further disaggregate. So you would see, the board would see a specific work plan, just as you saw a specific work plan in place already for each of these metrics for supportive environment, student attendance, collaborative teachers, and so on and so forth under the learning environment.
So related to strategic priority 3 on financial and operational effectiveness, our 6 bulleted objectives on this slide strive for best practices related to facilities and safety and efficiency and long-term financial sustainability and stewardship. And then on the next slide, we have some metrics to ensure we maintain strong financial stewardship. So on the objective related to strong financial stewardship, we have metrics including days cash on hand, credit rating, financial profile designation, fund balance to revenue ratio, the number of findings in the annual audit process, and receiving the Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting.
For community engagement, at the October 18th board meeting, our executive director over communications and community relations provided a very robust and thorough communications and community relations communication plan. And that plan highlighted the strategic objectives and included actually the aligned tools and the metrics for each. I acknowledge that when I go to this next slide, it's a lot. But once again, I think it's just a preview of what each of these various strategy and priority areas are working towards. And so as Ms. Daniels have already shared, that for each of her strategic priority objectives, she's already identified the various tools and the specific metrics which she reported out and shared with you all an update the last time we were together. As we have shared before, the impact of the strategic plan is not the creation of the plan itself. There have been many strategic plans that have been created. in various organizations in various sectors that did not produce or was not a catalyst for change. And so what we recognize is that the impact of the strategic plan is not the creation, but the implementation of the plan, as well as having enabling systems and structures to closely monitor the implementation as well as the impact. And so in addition to having clear timelines, having very clear strategic actions as well as strategies, as well as individuals that will be responsible, regularly reviewing resources, are the structures needed to maintain alignment and consistency towards our intended outcomes. And so as this work continues to be developed, going back to the request of our colleague here and what has also been echoed by others, the administration is responsible and accountable for coming back and constantly sharing out in our continuous cycle of improvement as to how our actions, our strategies within various timelines are aligned to and meeting specific objectives and outcomes. You will hear from one of my colleagues later on that will talk about a particular action that we would like to take in the review of our math curriculum, and that's identified within a very specific timeline. And speaking about the individuals within the district office as well at the school level that's going to be responsible for taking that information to next steps. So really, I want to just highlight that with the implementation plan that we will come back and continue to report out on, it moves us from the what to the who that then drives the how. And so, again, where we are at, we're in phase 3, which we're in that phase where we are really thinking about and identifying how we align our actions to ensure the positive change that we want. And then how will we measure our impact? And so, in conclusion, I come back to this slide to just ground us and remind us around the board providing us with feedback and considerations based on what has been shared. Thank you.
Thanks. Questions, comments? Beth?
I just had one thing about the section that Dr. Rubenstein was talking about. Let me go back to that slide for a minute.
It's the best area.
Well, that's what I think. Okay, so about the learning environment.
It's not orange. Wow, the comment.
I like the finance part too, Chris. It was good. Okay, so about the learning environment, a lot of the metrics, and I know this is something that we talked about at the committee of the whole meeting, have to do with the 5 essentials. And I know you guys were already thinking about how we can make sure that we get more complete feedback on that survey. So I'm sure that's already, a part of
our plan.
Yes. Just wanted to point that out. I know we talked about it a little bit last time, but just so people hear about that as well.
Absolutely, yes. So that is already a part of the plan for us to work on improving our student completion rate and then also our staff completion rates, and for us to seek additional parent feedback during the time that the 5 essentials are open.
Great, thank you. And then one thing I'd like to hear a little bit more about, not right now, but at some other time, is just, this is an area that I feel it's a little harder to, put concrete action steps that we all can wrap our head around. It's not as cut and dry as some of the other areas. So I'd love to hear more about what some of those action steps might be, what kinds of things you and the leadership team will be working on with staff to help us to, find improvements where we'd like to see them in this area.
Sure. So I will just start out by saying that while this is sort of a softer area, there are actually concrete steps that can be taken in each of them. So with each under, for example, collaborative teachers, there is actually a work plan that is coming together under teacher-to-teacher trust and what that should look like. That comes directly from the research related to the Illinois 5 Essentials Survey. And when that survey comes together and when it was put out, there's actually a whole compendium of research that comes back on it. With that being said, we also know, and Dr. Grenz and I have been the two people who have been leading this work in this area, these may not be the metrics, these may be the metrics that we start out with. They may not be the metrics that end up being our data 3 or 4 years down the road. And so we may need to look at other ways of measuring these same sorts of things more effectively and efficiently.
Great. That'd be great to hear about along the way. Thank you so much.
Yeah, similar to what Beth was saying. Sorry. I was just wondering, not so much, like I understand that some of them will be a little more difficult to provide concrete measurement numbers on, but how are we going to gauge success from year to year? Like, what will success look like? Like, as opposed to, 5% increase in the benchmarks of the SAT, 5% increase in sealed by literacy. What does success look like after that first year of measurement, moving forward?
Right. So,
not just in that category, but in some of the other ones too, right? I mean, what does success, even in financial? I mean, are there things that, that we're going to measure to call it a successful outcome year after year?
Right. So we are going to be working on some of those. We've backtracked our data to say, for example, under the supportive environment for students, where were we in 2018 under student-teacher trust across the district, and what does that data look like, and what is reasonable to expect to grow over a period of time. And we will be sitting down as a team on Friday morning to take a closer look at where we can expect to be in a couple of years based on positive interventions that we'll be providing to our schools.
Oh, so we will get kind of more concrete, narrowed down.
Yes.
This is what we
Can I
or
add?
expect from.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Add to that, we
So,
currently have longitudinal data on each of these components.
Okay.
The question that the next step that Dr. Rubenstein mentioned is the determination of what is a healthy level of stretch and striving for us. But we already have data points that are numeric for each one of these that we can then drill down, because we also have the questions that are associated with those that are oftentimes very action oriented and specific. So that will give us opportunities to see, for example, teacher influence has a series of components that come out of that ask and determine how teachers are involved in planning in the school level. And that is really helpful for us as we think about, potential systems, committees, team structures. So there's a lot of really good existing data that already exists. So.
And I would imagine that when new programs and, things are put into place, we might not see the same growth, after year 3 and after year 5. And so I would imagine there'd be a reevaluation of what we can expect from year to year after that. Thank you.
That's absolutely right. And I'm sorry that I neglected to say this, that today we're looking at this, specifically the strategic indicator and the metrics, and wanting your feedback and your thoughts around that as we continue in this work. And to the, what our colleague, Mr. Collins, have already shared, in addition to that, the implementation plan will come back to say, here is our thought and our expertise around how we feel that can be defined within a period of time. And here's the actual strategies and the work behind it that we've committed to doing in order to reach that. So as you can see, that last bucket, I think, is what you're referring to, Ms. Troutman, is really that how will we define success? And so, again, wanting your feedback on, do we have the right indicators? Is there something more missing? We're going to continue to take that back and working behind the scenes, and then come back with some very specific areas as to here's what we feel based on our study and our analysis of our previous data as to how we can define that and get your insight on that, as well as the ways in which the work and the strategies that we align to that. So that is still to be continued. But thank you for calling that out.
So when we were using the ACT for the decades that we did that, there was a series of tests, correct me if I'm wrong, but were they called EPAS? What is the equivalent series of tests for the SAT? And when are they given? Because I'm unclear on that.
Yeah, so there's the PSAT or the SAT suite. So it's PSAT 8-9. All students take that at the end of their 9th grade year. PSAT 10, all of our sophomores take that at the end of their sophomore year. It's April. And then PSAT NMSQT, which is that assessment that qualifies you to be a National Merit Scholar. And that is optional for any junior who wants to sign up for it. That's given fall of their junior year, culminating with the SAT, which is April of their junior year.
Okay, so the PSAT 8 or 9, we chose 9. Is that what you're saying?
Sure, because they used to give it in 8th grade, but because of IAR being the required assessment for the state of Illinois, we have to give PSAT 8-9 to our 9th graders. And so instead of giving it in both grades, they selected to use IAR as the summative assessment for 8th graders, PSAT 8-9 for kind of the summative assessment for our 9th.
Okay, got it. Thank you. That's very helpful. So to answer your question, number one, what would I like to see added to these metrics? Is I found that EPAS suite highly useful in determining growth at a high school level. It would be more convenient if that PSAT were given in the 8th grade year, but you've done a fine job of explaining why that would be yet another standardized test that we're loading on our kids. But I would like to see the growth from PSAT 9 to SAT 11. That would be an extremely useful indicator to me as to the value added at the high school level. Question number 2. Keisha, I think during one of our 2x2 sessions, I brought in a sampling of strategic plans written by some of your predecessors, and stack was probably 4 inches high. And my question is, but student achievement isn't any better. What's different this time? And I think you've hit the nail on the head. It is all about the implementation. So in terms of additional areas that I'd like to hear more about is the method of implementation, the fidelity of implementation, and the occasional check to make sure that what we're doing is the right thing, that it actually has impact on student achievement. Because I think it's always good to look back and say, all right, I mean, are we focusing our time and effort on the right things? So that's my answer to your 2 questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Very helpful.
I can go. So I'm thinking about that idea of the continuous improvement model, right? And want to set the stage for 2 points. One is, the challenge of knowing when you need to pivot. And I think that speaks to what Mr. Collins is talking about, is how do we know that what we're doing is having the impact that we want? Or if it's not having the impact that we want, is it getting us in the right direction? Or is it time to try something new? And I want to reiterate that concept of, knowing that in a continuous improvement model, that's why we're continuously improving, is that because there will be times where what we thought was going to work maybe isn't working the way we intended, and that it's okay as long as we catch and pivot and move at a pace that works for our kids and balances what they need without adding tons of confusion, because they're not robots, they're humans. And learning is an art and a craft, and it's about timing and pace and individuals, and there isn't a one size fits all. So that big supporter of continuous improvement model, the big idea of knowing when to pivot and being okay with what we set forth isn't working, and it's maybe time to try something else. Or maybe it's time to give it more time, right? Thanks.
Okay, I have a couple granular things. So just, I think Athena actually mentioned this earlier, and I think this actually gets into the math review conversation a little bit, but I would like to know kind of what the course at the high school is that we hope most kids get through and is an indicator of college readiness or college success. And so first of all, identifying what that course is. I mean, I think it's Algebra 2, but it might have changed. And then reporting on how many students are we getting through Algebra 2. So that's one. And then, we've talked a lot about enrolling students in AP courses. And I notice you have passed at least one AP exam. At some point, and I don't know if this is necessarily a measurement piece, but I would just sort of like to know how generally our kids are doing on AP tests. So like, for instance, I don't know, it doesn't even matter, whatever. AP government, are most of our kids getting 3s or 4, or is it kind of a range? Is it a bell curve? I know that's, not everybody takes the AP test, but I would like to know that piece of information. Okay, so those are my two about student success. And then I really, in looking through this again and again, and I'm not sure if this is under the HR thing in the orange or maybe the green, probably the green, where we talk about staff retention rate. And something that I think is valuable for the board to look at is you have on there percent of teachers returning to work at the same school, like a 3-year average, which I liked that metric of looking at if they stay at the school. But then I feel like we need some metric, and I'm gonna throw out, and you can come back with the right wording, but for our administration. So I'll say cabinet level, principals and APs. What is our retention rate? I think and then also in that, what is our, I don't know if it's really a ranking, but what's our admin to student ratio? And then what is that ratio in comparison to the other districts? So for instance, last time, I think it was mentioned we were 380 out of 385 districts. So I think that is a metric that the board should be looking at, because I think that when we see turnover, there's a natural turnover, but I think that it's important that we are looking at what's happening with our administrative team, because leadership is really important and leadership matters and stability matters. And, when you have constant change, that sets us back. So I don't know if that's, you can maybe come back with something that sounds a little prettier, but I just think as a board that is something that we should be monitoring, because it does impact the progress of the district, and it having the right leaders in place and keeping the right leaders in place, that's important, and it's important for long-term success of the district. And I think when I look around the room and I see a lot of new faces, who I like seeing all your faces, I also know there's been a lot of turnover, and you know, that is something that sets us back a little bit. So those were my, I guess, ads, or would like to hear a little more about. So, and I think
Thank
for
you, noted.
me as a board member, it's about creating a picture of all these areas. You know, we're getting way down in the details, but you know, you're creating this overall picture of it takes all these components to create a successful experience and system. So, okay.
Kara, you just made me think of one other thing. You were talking about just kind of where we fall financially with what we spend on administration costs. So I didn't want to leave you out, Chris. One other thing that I think would be nice to look at in the orange section would just be kind of how we compare with different areas, how we spend our money, where we spend our money, and how that compares to other districts, since we're looking at those resources as well, just to kind of gauge where we're at in those areas and if we're an outlier or, you know, kind of on the same track. Just be interesting.
So can I add a little bit? I have a question. So budgetarily, are you saying what percentages we're spending where in comparison? And then just the idea of per pupil spending popped in my head as the both of you were talking. We have to be mindful of, you know, we just need to understand what the correlation is between budget allocation, resource allocation, and then per student spending.
Absolutely. I think he actually has amount spent per student on here already.
Oh, is it already on there? Missed it, sorry.
It's okay. I
Thank
just
you.
thought, you know.
Oh, I see it. I got it.
You see it.
Orange.
But I agree. Yes, 100%.
Well, it makes me think of just, you know, we make decisions where we're investing quite a bit of value into our staff, and we are holding, I'd say our community has pretty high expectations for the education of their children. And so when we're thinking about things like retention and turnover and morale and building community, all of those things come into play for the betterment of our student experience, and for us to be mindful of that. It is data and test scores, but it's also those other things that I just mentioned too.
Okay, great. So thank you for that, and we will look forward to the next step, which is the benchmark, right? The benchmarks. All right, cool. Okay. All right, moving on, we have preview of 2023 summer capital facilities projects and update of 2022 summer capital maintenance facilities projects. Mr. Schmidt.
If you look, the restroom out there is before and after, or not the restroom, sorry, South Learning Commons out at York. We kind of opened it up a little bit. They had a lot of small areas, so we just broke it up so the kids can just spread out there with some flexible furniture and some new technology in there. This is the restroom. These were the ones outside the Campbell Gym, on the male and female on either side of it. Basically light and bright. We replaced the flooring, the lights, some of the fixtures, automatic flush valves, and new partitions in there, and gave it a paint job. We're looking at doing a couple of restrooms at York every single year. Now with some of the next projects that we're looking at for summer of 2023, we're looking at the front drive of Bryan Sandberg front parking lot, Hawthorne paving replacement, and installing some field turf. Continuing with our roof replacements at Jefferson and Jackson. As I said, restroom renovation at York. Continuing on with the North Learning Commons and the East Learning Commons. Second grade furniture, and then continuing on district-wide flooring replacement. These are estimated numbers right now. Some of these things, especially the paving, we still have to go through the permitting process with the city on some of these, and we don't have full construction documents, so we'll be refining these as we go through the process. First thing I want to talk about is the bus lane pavement replacement over at Bryan. So the bus lane, we're looking at replacing that. Along with that, in conjunction with that project, since we have cleared out the gravel lot, we're looking to install 30 parking stalls and then turning the rest of that gravel lot into green space. It makes sense to do it the same time that we'll be out there with the equipment redoing that bus lane. Sandberg, the section in red, that's the only piece that's left to do out there. The back lot was done, the west lot was done, and then in front of the auditorium there was completed last year. So this is just a small piece, and that covers that building for quite a while. Over here at Hawthorne, to the right of the page there, we're looking at replacing all the blacktop area on the back of that building and installing some field turf to give them some actual green space, which they really don't have right now. Along with this, we're going to improve some of the drainage between Hawthorne and the administration building, add some concrete curbs around the playground to help distinguish it, and some maintenance upkeeps with the fencing up there too. That summarizes the projects for 2023. Any question?
I have a few questions about that Bryan gravel lot. First of all, I've heard nothing but compliments since that fence and those bushes came down. People tell me their eye goes straight to the building and no longer focuses on that corner. So thank you. Those 30 parking stalls, is there any stormwater retention implications for putting in 30 stalls there?
As I said earlier, we're going through the permitting, as we start going through the permitting process to see if we have to put maybe permeable pavers out there or depress that grass area maybe a little bit. We don't have the full load calculations through our civil engineer yet. So as we go through that, that's something that we'll find out as we go through the process with the city. Initial conversations that we had earlier before is we didn't think, from the engineer, didn't think that we would have to do any out there because I think that we would be covered up with it with that grass area. So.
Okay, and that makes sense, but please keep us informed on if we have to start installing tanks underground. That runs up the bill considerably.
The reason we were looking at installing tanks before is if we were looking at that grass area, we were going to pave that grass area. So since we're not going to be paving it, we really don't think so. But we will keep you informed as we go working with the city and the city engineer on this.
Okay, and then speaking of the grass area, it's just muddy gravel right now, right?
Yes, it's a lot of it's gravel and recycled asphalt, grind up asphalt and muddy.
So that your plan would include removing all that?
Yes, they would core out some of it, not all of it. Core out enough so we would sit there and put some topsoil in there and seed and blanket it.
And is there any environmental implications with that gravel?
From the core samples that we've received so far, none. We're going to continue and do some more core samples out there too, but early indications that there is no environmental impact.
Okay, please keep us informed on what you find there as well. Thanks.
Okay, I think that's all. Thank you very much.
I mean, I think it's important to know we talked about this at length during the Finance Committee meeting. I can't remember the date, but so I think there was lengthy discussions about all of these projects at that time.
Thank you. Yeah, well, that's good. Okay, what are we on? We are on D, estimated tax levy. That would be Mr. Walton.
Yes, thank you. Tonight, we are presenting the estimated 2022 tax levy. In the presentation this evening, I will explain the tax levy components, differentiate between the levy and the extension, present the proposed levy and its impact, and share the rationale for the proposed levy. So the process for the levy started back in January 2022 when CPI was announced at 7%. But as you know, the tax cap is the lesser of 5% in CPI. Tonight, the board will approve the estimated tax levy. On December 2nd, we will publish the Truth in Taxation notice in the newspaper. Then at the next board meeting on December 13th, we will hold a public hearing at the start of the meeting, and the board will approve the tax levy that night. We will file the tax levy at both counties on December 16th. This needs to be done by the end of December. At the end of March 2023, DuPage County calculates the final EAV, new construction, and the tax extensions. As you know, the property taxes for the 2022 tax levy are collected in calendar year 2023. The first half in June of 23 and the second half in September of 23. The Property Tax Extension Limitation Act is also known as the tax cap. It limits operating extension to the lesser of CPI or 5%. As I stated, CPI was 7%, so the tax cap is 5% for this levy. This chart shows that the first 10-year period of the tax cap in blue CPI averaged 2.52%. The second 10 years in green, CPI averaged 2.49%. The most recent 10 years in purple include the lowest CPIs. It averages 1.95%, even including the current 5%. This next slide just shows that this tax levy is collected in June of 23 and September of 23. And therefore, we equate this levy to budget year 2023-24. So now determining the 2022 tax levy. What we know the tax cap is 5%. But what we don't know are two factors. Overall EAV. But this really, the overall EAV increase, this or decrease, it most likely will be an increase this year, but this really only impacts the tax rate. The more critical factor is new construction EAV. This is critical because it is exempt from the tax cap. We used a rough estimate of new construction EAV at $50 million. This is based on discussion with the township assessors about their estimates and past new construction amounts. So we want to make sure we understand the tax levy terminology. The levy is the Board of Education's request to the county for property taxes. The extension is what the county ends up putting on the tax bills. And no matter what Elmhurst District 205 levies, the county will only extend the increase allowable under the tax cap. And the next chart illustrates this point. The top line, the blue line, is the levy. The bottom the bottom line here is in purple is the CPI. The middle orange line, that's the actual extension that ends up on the tax bill. The reason the levy, or the blue line, is always highest is because new construction EAV is unknown at the time of the levy. If we knew exactly what new construction was at the time of the levy, then we could levy right at the orange line. But since it's unknown, we levy more than anticipated. So we have the 2022 tax levy here. It's in the middle two columns there. We know that the capped funds have a cap of 5%. So above the 5% is for new construction. So the levy is a 7.34% request, which includes the 5% CPI or tax cap plus 2.34% for new construction. But it will likely be more like the estimated columns on the right, which show 6.65%. As far as the bond and interest, we have a levy with a 2.33% increase, which is including the scheduled amounts from the referendums. And this is the peak year for bond and interest in this 2022 levy and should be relatively flat into the future. So overall, the levy includes $128,730,000 for the operating capped funds and $16,265.01 for the bond and interest, for a total levy of $144,990,501. And on a $500,000 house with no new construction, only existing property, on average, the District 205 portion of the bill would increase by 4.81%, or $344.24. This is because the operating at 5%, which is the tax cap, and then you have the bond and interest levy, which was 2.33%. So just from the district standpoint, on the revenues, from a revenue standpoint, we really are expect no revenue growth in state or federal aid moving forward. It's very flat. And this state formula basically requires any future revenue growth will have to be from local funds. And Elmhurst 205 has the lowest tax rate compared to all of our comparable local unit school districts. This pie chart illustrates our current mix of revenues. Local funds are 82% from property taxes, 7% from local student fees such as lunch and textbook fees, and also interest income. State funding includes 5% from evidence-based funding and 2% from other state grants, and the federal revenues make up 4%. And here's a chart illustrating the property tax rate, which compares Elmhurst 205 to our comparable unit districts, where Elmhurst 205 is the lowest tax rate with the comparable unit districts. On the expenditure side, schools are having staffing issues in various positions due to historic labor shortages. And this labor market has resulted in big contract increases in purchase services such as busing. Also, health claims are driving up health insurance premiums. And due to historic inflation, school districts across the country will be facing significant increases in expenditures. As far as our construction projects, which are really amazing, the board has decided for scope expansion related to additional student capacity beyond the original referendum. These were conscious decisions to utilize our operating reserves to invest in our school buildings, which is really an investment in the community. And therefore, the transfers of $7 million annually each of the next 3 years will be from the education fund to the operations and maintenance fund, and then to the capital projects fund. This pie chart here illustrates our mix of expenditures, We have about 68% of our expenditures dedicated to staffing and salaries and benefits. This percentage has historically been higher, but we have a total of $19.85 million in transfers in this budget. This next chart illustrates our operating expense per pupil when compared to our comparable unit districts. And you can see that we have the second lowest operating expense per pupil when we compare to our comparable unit school districts. When we add in the top-rated Illinois high school districts to the chart, Elmhurst is still the second lowest in that group. Additionally, we know from the administrative cost per pupil rankings from 2021 in annual financial report data, Elmhurst 205 is ranked fourth lowest out of 381 unit school districts in admin cost per pupil. The result is that we provide a great value to the Elmhurst community, and we are striving to continue to elevate our student success. So now, from the last Finance and Operations Committee meeting, we provided financial projections. These particular projections use fund balances on the cash basis, which include the early taxes. What this chart shows is that we start the fiscal year at about $68 million. And due to the 3 years of transfers where we are using operating reserves to invest in our school buildings, our reserves are lowered in the 5-year projections down to about $41 million. And these projections include the amounts in the estimated levy that we have before you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments? Questions? Comments or questions? Mrs. Troutman.
I just have two clarifying. Can you please expand so the community's aware of what the term operating expense includes per student when we talk about that we're second lowest or lowest in comparables and lower than other high schools? Can you talk about what goes into what the operating expenses are?
So So the operating expenses include all the funds that we have. So basically, except for the capital projects funds, which are for construction, and the bond and interest funds, which are to pay the bonds and the debt that the school district has related to the construction projects. So basically, all of the operating expenses include all of our expenses except for those. So it includes all of the staff salaries, all of the costs related to maintaining our facilities, all of the benefits, including the IMRF. So generally, also the transportation fund. So also includes all of the costs related to busing and transportation. So basically, all of our expenses except the debt and the construction.
Thank you. And then one more on that. I don't know what estimate of property tax increase on the $500,000 house.
Yes.
So does this mean that there is going to be an increase in a property owner's tax bill, or that the district is receiving an increase in amount of the percentage on the tax bill? Am I saying that right?
Well, I think both are the true that.
Okay.
So this is a 4.81% increase on the tax bill. Now, as this states, it's only existing property. It does not include any new construction because that would be above the 5%. But just existing property, no new construction. It's a 4.81% increase on the tax bill for the District 205 portion, which equates to $344.24. And so I guess it's not exactly accurate. So the district is anticipated to get in the operating funds a 6.65%, which is that under the capped funds estimated. is what we're estimating the district will receive as an increase. Overall, the district is estimating to get a 6.26% increase.
A 6.26% interest
Increase.
sorry, in the amount of percentage of every property owner's tax bill,
Yes.
which should come out to about $344.
No.
So am I guess I'm confusing the two.
Yes.
I apologize.
So this 4.81% is on a house. That's the increase on a house with no new property. The 6.26 includes the new construction.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Anything, oh, yep.
Chris, I have to say I'm a little baffled by the math because the PTEL law, you're recommending we increase with no new construction by 5%. Is that right?
Yeah.
And then if you go back to that slide, the increased debt service increases by another, am I reading the right line, 2.33% or
Right.
3.35%?
Well, so debt service, the levy is 2.33, but the extension is 3.35 because on debt service, they apply an extra 1% for loss and cost. That's so that if let's say there are delinquent or taxes not paid, they want to make sure the bond payments are made so that they do an extra 1%.
Okay, so the levy is going up by 3.35.
The extension.
Or the extension plus 5%. Then how can the taxes on a house only go up 4.81%?
Well, the bonded interest portion is much smaller. So that's why, so the 5%, the overall, so the 5% is on the operating portion, which is, let's say, 90% of the bill.
Okay.
2.33% on the 10% of the bill. So it's going to be less than a 5% increase.
I don't understand. You got to explain that again, please, because I'm not following. Because I had two positive numbers and come up with less. I don't understand how that works.
So let's say the bill is $100. 90% of it is a 5% increase.
Okay.
10% of it is a 2.33% increase. So overall, it's going to be less than a 5% increase.
I follow now. Got it. Okay. All right. So last year's tax bill went up 6.25%. Is that right? This tax bill that came out this past spring, 2022. Do I remember that correctly?
Sounds about right.
All right.
Because the debt service went up 43% because we had abated the prior year.
Right. And then we're increasing here 6.76 or 6.26%. I guess we're levying 6.26% additional.
The levy is a 6.76.
All right. And then if we say next year, inflation is a 5% or above again at another 5%, the cumulative total is 19%, just over 19% increase in 3 years. That's a lot to me. I think we got to think about our taxpayers here. Last year we talked about abating some this year. I don't see that in your presentation this year. To ask people over a 3-year period to pay almost 20% more the school portion of their property tax bill is a lot. And then that also leads me to, the fact that our tax rate is the lowest among our comparable school districts. That's a good thing. Somebody was explaining to me that for decades, Elmhurst had the lowest property tax rate in DuPage County. We're no longer the lowest, but we're in the bottom quartile. And I remember a public speaker several meetings back came and said how they were looking in Glen Ellen for a house, and then they compared the taxes on that house in Glen Ellen to the taxes on a house at Elmhurst, and they moved to Elmhurst. And, I will contend that the school district and the quality of education we provide at the price that we provide it at is most likely the number one reason people move to this community. So I think it is worth our effort to keep our property taxes low. And a 19 and change % increase over 3 years seems like a lot to me.
Just to clarify, Chris, the tax increase would be 4.81%. The levy increase is 6.65.
The overall levy increase is a 676.
676, yes.
Yes.
So I just wanted to clarify, because I think when we were adding that up, we were talking about 6.76 for the tax increase, but the tax increase on the bill would be 4.81%. Just so it's not confusing.
That's correct, because the remaining, or the amount above is just for the new construction part of it.
Thank you.
So Jim, just kind of to clarify, so if we, in thinking through this, if we don't levy and understanding our contracts and the cost of labor, which we haven't even been able to fill, is going up, what's our solution to make sure that we can continue to offer the quality education without having to compromise that?
Well, we have to be good stewards of the taxpayers' money. We have to do more with what we have. We have to be vigilant about not adding personnel. I think I brought up several times that we've added one teacher for every 2 new students over the last few years. Or I should say one certified staff member. I won't say that they're all teachers, but they fall into the certified staff category. We need to be very careful about managing our expenses. We need to be very careful about managing our future price increases. It's as simple as that.
So this year we're down, did we go down 7 full-time staff? Is that right? 7.5 FTE?
I think it was 7 in your last presentation.
Is that correct, or generally directionally correct? And then we have quite a few assistant positions, correct? So we technically are we've maybe not by choice, but because of, well, one, we have some lower enrollment, and we also have not been able to fill, and we still, so we've made there have been some natural adjustments. I guess, I think what I'm challenged by is that we have more students with more needs. And I know that some of the staff that was added over the last few years, which has been, critically analyzed, was to help our students, particularly those in special education. And so I think that in our EL population, and clearly our numbers show that our EL population needs additional support. And I guess
I am challenged. It is a challenge, right? We have a responsibility to the taxpayer, to our fellow community members, but we also have a responsibility to meet the needs of our students. And so I guess I think it's important that we think about what those solutions are when we know, like, our bus contract and our, our benefits are, everything's going up at a pretty high rate. And so how do we, is it that we're going to take something away? Is it that, we run our class sizes on the higher side, in my opinion. And so I guess I think it's something for us to think about, that while we have a responsibility to give a good return on investment to our taxpayers, we also have to think about, with costs going up, how are we going to then make up that additional cost? So, and what are the things that we might have to compromise?
So, another perspective here is that Illinois has the second highest property taxes in the nation. DuPage County has the highest property taxes in the state of Illinois. And, I think we risk pricing some current residents out of being able to remain in their homes by increasing property taxes at such a high rate. This PTEL law was passed in 1995. This is the first year since 1995 that a taxing district, like a school district, is allowed to raise the taxes by 5%. Over the last 10 years, so that the rule is the lesser of 5% or the inflation rate. The inflation rate over the last 10 years has averaged about 1.5%. And that's what we've increased taxes by, is 1.5%, and we've captured 100% of the new growth. 2 years before Mr. Welton got here, the board discussed tax anticipation warrants, which meant that the school district was out of money and could not pay their bills through the end of the year. So I'll say our excess cash that year was, by definition, zero. Even with the backdrop of an average inflation rate over the last 10 years of 1.5% a year, we've accumulated $45 million of taxpayers' money that we call, the euphemism is reserves. It's time to spend some of that reserve helping out the taxpayer, because this is unprecedented. And we're not looking at just 1 year of 5% or more. We're looking at multiple years of 5% or more. And that kind of compound interest is a killer to a lot of people's finances. And that's my point.
Beth had a, you can go ahead.
So I actually agree with you, Jim, that we need to always be conscious of our taxpayers and how much people in Elmhurst pay for their taxes. We are very good stewards of the taxpayers' money. I think everything that has been presented tonight shows that. Our administrative costs, our cost per pupil, in what we are offering, the value that we are offering to our stakeholders and to our students it's great. Our schools are fantastic. And I think this is more about timing for me. The IASB Code of Conduct defines a school board member's primary role as clarifying the district purpose, direction and goals, and monitoring district performance. So through this strategic plan, that is exactly what we are doing. That is the work that we are supposed to be doing for our stakeholders. And in the process of doing the strategic plan, we've had the opportunity to meet with our stakeholders and talk to them and hear from them and talk to our staff and students and get feedback. And what we know is that our community supports and has very high expectations for our schools. And there are priorities that they would like to see us work towards in our school district. And that's the work that we're doing here. So the high expectations that our community has for our schools, it's fantastic because it's the reason that they're as great as they are. It's the reason that our property values are as high as they are as well. So as we're doing this work, our leadership teams, our administration is looking into all of the different things that need to be done in order to offer our kids the best possible education, the best experience, help them grow as much as they can. They're looking into every area, every content area, every department, our staffing, our student experience, all these different areas, our curriculum, our supports, our teacher training, to try to figure out what do we need to do, what can we do to increase the level of the experience our students are getting. And in doing that, they're not only trying to figure out where we need to spend more money, but they're trying to figure out maybe are we spending money on things that aren't as effective as we'd like them to be. So I think, I know that they're looking at it from both sides. But at this point in time, we know that we have goals and aspirations for where we want to be, but we don't know exactly what it's going to take yet to get there. And so at this time, to limit the funds that we have to do that work when we don't know exactly what that's going to mean, if it's going to be more staff or more resources, different curriculum, it could be any number of things. I feel it would be irresponsible to limit ourselves when we don't know quite yet what that's going to look like for us. And on top of that work, we have all the things that Chris pointed out about our construction projects. And it's unfortunate that we're in a time where that is so uncertain that our costs and our labor shortages and supply chain issues that sometimes mean we have to buy a different, more expensive product to get our kids in the building when they need to be in there. You know, it's unfortunate that we're in that time, and I know that for everyone, inflation is going to affect all of us, including us in the district when we're budgeting for things as well. So I think we should constantly be assessing the taxpayers, what they're spending and how we can help them. And I think that at this point in time, we're just not at a place where we can limit our funds that are coming in. But I do think that moving forward, we should always be asking ourselves these same questions, and anytime that we can give money back or look at that from the other angle, then we should certainly be trying to do that. I just don't think right now is the time to be able to do that.
If I can just remind you that, like I said, over the last 10 years with inflation at 1.5%, we've accumulated in excess $45 million of taxpayers' money. Right now, it looks like we're going to spend about $20 million of that on expansion of scope in these construction projects. That leaves us with a pool of $25 million. And so I think that's your bucket of resources that you might want to refer to.
Well, and if we end up at the end of all of this work and our construction projects with that amount of money and, you know, money that we can possibly abate at that time and give back to the taxpayers, then we certainly should do that. I just don't think we can predict what exactly is going to be in that pot when we're all is said and done. That's just how I feel about that.
Ready for me? Thanks. So Chris, thanks for putting this together. This is a presentation we've seen before, and there's some add-ins in here that I just want to highlight that help us better understand, I think, the health, the financial health, the fiscal health, and the resource allocation that we go through as a district. So two pieces of evidence for me that stick out that support the idea that we are being good stewards of our taxpayer dollars and vigilant in our decision-making are slides like this one when we look at comparable unit districts and we see that, we're the lowest in this tax rate, right? And then the next slide that had our operating expense per pupil at the second lowest comparable, and looking at our operating expenses per pupil. Your three slides there really kind of, to me, what we've been talking about metrics a lot, and I think these are metrics for us to look at in comparison to our student experience and achievement. I mean, we're in our comparable districts, and when it comes to their academic performance, I'll say generally speaking, although we have some dips that we've spent a lot of time talking about tonight, but overall, our students are performing at the middle or above our comparable districts, generally speaking at a really high level, right? So to me, the synthesis here is that, the summary is that our residents are getting a pretty quality education for the price that they're paying, being that we're at the lowest end financially in a lot of ways when it comes to the tax dollar. So to me, those are the metrics and the pieces of evidence that support this idea that we have been and are good stewards and vigilant with the financial resources that we're so lucky to have in our community. We talked a little bit about having that lowest staff admin rate and lowest per pupil spending. We also are talking a lot of minutes in this meeting about what our kids need to be successful in school. And we hear it from our community, the desire to increase academic achievement. And those are two pieces of data or information that I think correlate. And so if we were to look at these same numbers when it comes to how our per pupil spending in those schools that some of our community members tonight wanted to compare us to in their documents, like Stevenson and other schools, I think that you can see what many of these top performing districts do and need to be successful. And so you can't really have one without the other. And I, of course, am not advocating that we move this trend upwards on this slide, to where Glenbard and Hinsdale or Lake Forest are. But I do want to bring light to the fact that if we have these high expectations, which I believe our community and even all of us on this board do for student achievement, that this is a piece of funding and resource allocation that we need. So you couple that with the unknown of the future, and I think you articulated it nicely in your other slide about what some of the financial challenges are in the short term for schools in general. You highlighted health claims are up on premiums. We have a number of outsourced services that are increasing in costs at historic high levels. We have historic labor shortages. All of these things we need to be prepared for. And what you don't mention here, actually, that I think is also a very large responsibility financially for the district, is the amount of bricks and mortar that we actually own and have to maintain. And of course, we're fortunate to have a community who supported a very large referendum that's bringing many of our schools some really innovative and warm and welcoming environments for our kids to really excel in. But we also know that there are other buildings and schools that are going to need some of that same support. And so how do we build a financial health, a fiscal health, that will help us have the flexibility that we've been able to have over the last handful of years to be able to make decisions that support students and what the school needs and what the community expects from the district. So I just want to end with one more piece, because I think this is compelling when we look at the property tax extension limitation. And I really appreciate how you did this 10-year breakdown. And to see that from 94 to 2003, in those first 10 years, 2.52% CPI averaged. And then we had a 2.49 the next 10 years. Then it dropped to 1.95, even with the 5% CPI levy for 2022. We're still below those 10-year averages. I love trailing average methods. Thanks for putting that in there, because I think it's compelling. So although I see this as a tall, that's the highest pillar, when you look at the larger perspective of a 10-year, 5-year trailing average, you start to see a clearer picture about what the actual impact is over time on the taxpayer, on the property taxes for our community. So I'll leave it at that. I think it's a good presentation. I appreciate your honesty. I think there's some metrics here that we can start using to better inform us in our decision-making when we do have high-cost requests and decisions on the table to make. And so I appreciate your transparency here with where we are, what we've achieved so far, and what we want to maintain moving forward. Thank you for putting it together.
Can you just walk me through, it's getting late and I'm doing a little back of the envelope math. Okay, so on the operating expense per pupil compared to top 10 rated high schools, we spend $15,698 per student. And we'll look at Stevenson, since they're number 1 in the state. They spend approximately $7,000 more per student. So is it, I think I'm doing the math right, so I want to confirm. That would mean that in a year they're spending over $17 million more on their students than we are?
Depending on the number of students in their district. Yeah.
They have roughly half the number of students we do.
And the hard thing is that they're not a K-12, right? So that's why the unit, the CUSD is, in my opinion, more comparable. But again, we have to keep this idea of, who is our community comparing us to? And it's clear to me that they are looking at Stevenson and Glen Brooks and Lake Forest, because those are the schools earning the top rankings in our state.
Because I look at that, and whether it really doesn't matter exactly the number, but the point is, I guess, that we're a people, we're about people, right? That's resources. So you look at that and you go, that's lower class size potential, or it's whatever resources they've chosen to use and, based on their needs. But that's a significant addition of support at a school. And I think, we have to wrestle with, if we want to really improve student outcomes, can we stay right where we are? So, and I don't think that's a question we can answer, but I think that is the challenge. If we really, you can't keep doing the same thing over and over again and expect a different result. So this year, intentional work with what we had, there was some growth some significant growth in different areas. And I hope that will continue. But I think we have to look at, is this where we want to stay? And are we okay with that? And so it's not a question to really answer, just to think about. I think that the wise thing to do is to move forward with the levy, and we can always have the conversation, I believe, up until February if we want to consider abatement, but at this point, move forward with the levy, or because of the timing, we have to move forward. Or I guess not. Whatever. So.
Were you saying move forward to call for the motion?
Yeah.
Or
We'll vote later in the board meeting on the estimated levy.
Right.
See, it is getting late. Remember how I just said it's getting late? Oh, okay.
the point I'm trying to make, not make well, is that the levy is the decision for tonight, and then we can actually to propose the levy, and then we don't know what it's actually going to be till. Okay. All right. And okay. Consent. Could I have a motion for the consent agenda?
I move the Board of Education approve the following consent agenda items: A, personnel report; B, financial report; C, approve 2023-2024 course proposals; D, approve posting 2021-2022 school report card; E, approve 2022-2023 PTA fundraising plans; and F, supplemental contracts for student services.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Hassler. You can call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman?
Oh, hang on. Did anybody want to pull one?
Sorry.
I'm okay. Pull a item. I know, you're right.
Yes.
All right, we're good. Go ahead.
Okay. So Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 5 ayes, no nays, 2 absent, motion passes. All right, agenda action items. First one is approve York auditorium bid. Do you want to give just a little blurb of background, please?
Yes, tonight for the auditorium bid, the administration is going to recommend that the Board of Education reject the bids that we have out there. Through the bidding process, we had 2 bidders. We felt that the bidders weren't qualified per the bid specs. We also found out some additional information. We're looking to reject these bids and resubmit the bids out there with some additional qualifications for equipment for the rigging system out there, which potentially could be a lower cost for the district.
Okay, thank you. Could I have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education reject and rebid the general trades bid package following a revision to the project specifications by White and Company.
Oh, I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Hassler, second by Mrs. Arvanites. Any comments? All right, please call the vote.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 5 ayes, no nays, 2 absent, motion passes. Item B, approve resolution regarding the estimated amounts necessary to be levied for the year 2022. I'll ask for a motion, and then if there's any further questions, it can be addressed then.
I move that the Board of Education approve the resolution regarding the estimated amounts necessary to be levied for and the notice of the proposed tax increase for publication in the Elmhurst Suburban Life.
A second.
Motion by Mrs. Arvanites, second by Mrs. Troutman. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Please call the vote.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
No.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes. 4 ayes, 1 no, 2 absent, motion passes. Did I do that right? All right. Approve, next is item C, approve K-12 math instructional review. We could have just a little blurb background.
Yes, so I will talk quickly, I promise. So as we discussed last month, we are looking to partner with a service provider to complete a comprehensive math review, instructional review for K-12. And so we've seen this data both this evening and at the October Committee of the Whole meeting, but we do, as a district, we do continue to outperform the state, but there are definitely opportunities in our math classrooms to elevate student outcomes. And so we are really looking to leverage the fact that we're a unit district. It's been brought up multiple times to see how we can improve student outcomes in math classrooms across the district. And so an example I like to use in this is that research shows, right, that students can't master algebra content in high school or late middle school without a deep understanding of fractions and proportional reasoning that starts in 3rd grade. And so that's really why we want to look at this K-12 so that we can identify those areas that we need to focus in on. So just a little bit of background, right? We did adopt Eureka Math materials in 2017-18 with the transition to Common Core state standards because they aligned with those key shifts in mathematics, including focus, coherence, and rigor. Our middle schools and York continue to partner and collaborate to ensure that our algebra and geometry courses are aligned and providing students with a similar experience, whether they take them in 7th or 8th grade or at York. And then we also utilized last year to really think about identifying opportunities and elevating instruction to promote student outcomes in K-5 ELA and 612 world language. And so this year we really want to take this opportunity to expedite the process to look at mathematics instruction K-12. So our NTC, we are proposing to partner with New Teacher Center, or NTC, for a comprehensive math instructional review, which will include them facilitating co-observations with both district and building leaders in classrooms in all our buildings across the district K-12, facilitating focus groups with students and educators and leaders, and we are also want to supplement that for also parents and community members to give feedback about how they perceive the rigor of math instruction in our classrooms, doing a comprehensive review of both our instructional materials, so our Tier 1 resources, but then also what teachers are supplementing with in classrooms, and student work review, a comprehensive data review, and we talked a lot about it the last meeting, really looking at all the different course sequences that we offer in math instruction and seeing how our students are performing in those different pathways, and then culminating in a strategy setback session led by NTC with, again, district and building leaders to really identify what their recommendations are, what their findings are, for us to then take that, own it, and create a multi-year professional learning plan that's going to support teachers to support students. A little bit of background on why we selected NTC. Was really looking at a partner that was going to collaborate with us and take us along. So those co-observations, right, are professional learning for building and district leaders to calibrate and really identify what high quality mathematics instruction looks like in classrooms. Also, the speed at which we're able to do this and the expertise that they're bringing in are really going to prepare us to set us up for a professional learning plan for next year. They have done an impact study with school districts that they've partnered with and identifying that teachers that they worked with saw 5 months more growth than teachers that they didn't partner with when they're talking about student achievement. And their employees are trained deeply in the instructional practice guide, which is the tool they use to facilitate co-observations, but also themselves as teachers and leaders had to demonstrate that they had a deep understanding of standards aligned instructional practices to then impact student achievement. And then they did provide, again, some anonymous case studies for us to kind of look at, and just the case studies really highlighted that after these audits, what the districts did with the plan. So one district completely revamped their MTSS structures, and they did that in the second half of last year, and among many things that they did, they said that that was one aspect that really attributed to increasing student outcomes in the district, but then also revamped how their district was supporting high quality instruction, including regular classroom visits and, increasing professional learning for educators so that feedback could be given in the moment, again, about specifically math classrooms and what high quality instruction looks like. And so that's really why we selected this particular partner to come in and facilitate this math instructional review. You saw this slide before, but us proposing this does not mean that we're pausing the work right now. We are, and we just had a session yesterday, really focused on those key shifts in mathematics, right? And focused on coherence of executing instruction that both meets the demand of grade level standards, but also provides intervention and enrichment when needed. And so we initially presented last month in October. We are presenting tonight, hoping for board approval. And then January is our target date for those co-observations and focus groups to then have that strategy setback session in March with building and district leaders. So then we can spend the end of the spring onboarding our teachers to that professional learning plan that will begin in August 2023.
Thank you. Could I have a motion, and then if there's any questions or comments?
I move that the Board of Education approve the service agreement with New Teacher Center in the amount of $47,000.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Hostler, second by Mrs. Arbonides. Question, comment? Yeah.
So what is the deliverable that this firm is going to provide us with?
So they are providing us with the strategy setback session, right? And that's a facilitated session for all our leaders, but then also a comprehensive report. And so they shared a redacted report with us that was about 50 pages for another district, where they outline all the different classroom observations, the trends, the findings, you know, that data review that they did that they will actually do not along, you know, with our student data, and then making those recommendations based on grade bands about what is our biggest lever to increase student outcomes. And so their expertise and recommendations for what we should focus on to have the biggest impact on students.
Why are we incapable of doing this without them?
Yeah, I think it's a couple different reasons. One, I think it's the speed at which we want to do it, and we want to look across the district. So a trend I heard in our conversations, we talked a lot about math this evening, is that we see opportunities across all grade bands. And so we want to be able to look and make personalized plans for different grade levels. And so if we were to do that internally, I would say that that would take us multiple years. And, you know, let's say we focused on the high school, we might miss a key opportunity in elementary school. And so by doing this in an expedited way, that's okay. That's my voice. And so then, so providing that expedited timeline to be able to complete this, to take action starting next school year or even as early as spring. But then also they are bringing in expertise about both the process of the instructional review and then their expertise in high quality mathematics instruction as well.
So just can I synthesize? So it's the scope of the work within the time of the work and absent of having the actual capacity in the current administration team in order to do so. So it's K-12 literally in 2 months with then an outcome of an in-depth analysis that then translate into us developing a multi-year plan. That's why.
So how much time, and I think you said this, but just reiterate for me, how much time do you think this expedites the process? And what would, if you employ this firm, what is the timeline to see measurable improvement in our students' math achievement?
So I think we've already stated that we would look at potentially increasing the time frame internally to approximately 1.5 years to 2. Last year, we actually, and I don't know if you know the amount of time from this that we actually did internally do the ELA review audit. It was specifically just in our K-5 classrooms, and even just within our K-5 classrooms, it took approximately, I think that was half the school year, 6 months. So now we're taking K-5, increasing that from K-12, and we're doing that in an estimated time frame of 2 months. Walking classrooms, interviewing not only staff, students, and we've gone back and added another layer of this parent experience. Also looking at our the qualitative data of our student achievement over longitudinal data over multiple years within a very, very defined time frame. And so I would say that we're gaining on average. I mean, it's almost over a year and a half in terms of our ability to your second question, see results in terms of turning that into the implementation. So our expectation is that we will then begin to start implementing a professional learning plan as early as in terms of the planning going into our spring, which is April. This past year, as we rolled out, and I'm not saying that that with any way will lead to a new adoption of a curriculum, but in our ELA work that we did, we were able to, because of that time frame, be able to bring and engage teachers in prior to leaving for summer. And so another thing that we're also looking at is creating professional development plans that are not optional. And so we have to then take in account the actual time of within the school year. So someone might say, well, can't you extend that and possibly look at summer? We've done that in the past. We've actually gone, Ms. Leischel has gone and looked and examined our previous professional learning development plans as it relates to specifically math instruction. And so there, again, we're trying to accelerate that, but then make sure that we have the impact that we need to have within a short amount of time, while we also have access to the instructional teachers and leaders within and across our district, even prior to leaving for summer and heading into in our preparation for next year. I think that's quite remarkable.
I just want to confirm what I think I heard, that by spending $47,000, you can accelerate improvement in student achievement by 12 to 18 months. Is that correct?
I think that's a really great way of articulating that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just add one thing? Sorry, I know, sorry. But it's important because I think we spent a lot of time talking about math tonight, and I appreciate the sense of urgency. And this is what I think we heard from community members, board members, administration across the board. And this is a shared value, again, that we have. There's a sense of urgency in supporting the math learning and instruction in our district, K through 12. And that's what this is. And for me personally, it's about, is this the work, both time and pace, that it would take to get the same information, and knowing that our administration is, do I dare say, a bit thinner, is this how we want them to spend their time? Because when they're spending their time working on this type of assessment articulation, it takes away from what they're doing in their daily jobs and roles and responsibilities. So for me, given the sense of urgency that I personally have and hear from the community around math learning and teaching, makes sense to move this quickly.
And that kind of leads into what my question was: how many district personnel and how many hours away from their responsibilities that they have right now would it take for us to do it internally? I mean, I guess you can extrapolate that from how small the project was with ELA and only our K through 5, but, you know, to that extent, I just don't feel like choosing that path is a expeditious, like it won't get us moving in the direction we want to move quick enough. So I know you don't know that number, but that's in my mind what I was thinking, how long and how many resources we would be using, torn away from what we need them to be doing right now.
Well, and the action part of the strategic plan, I think, is what everybody's like super eager for. And everybody wants that growth to happen as quickly as we can have it happen. So this is one way to do that, while our administration can still be working on the other areas that are also a priority for you guys to be working on. So sounds good.
Yeah, I just think the objectivity of this is good too. And then also I think, you know, because of COVID, because of the data we're looking at, you know, if we wait and let it happen, you know, a kid could go all through middle school before we've made an adjustment. And I think being able to say we can make an adjustment in a few months
is pretty remarkable. So I look forward to the report personally. All right, anything else? Okay, please call the vote.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 5 ayes, no nays, 2 absent, motion passes. All right, next is approve the 2023-2024 school calendar. You want to just, whoever's going to give a little
I will
blurb.
be happy to. It won't be very long, I promise. It's pretty much a standard school year calendar, but some of the highlights on it, though, are our winter break. For instance, instead of students going a few days into a week before winter break and then coming back for a couple of days after winter break, they will actually end on a Friday. There will be a full 2 weeks off for everybody, and they will start on a Monday, and they will have a full week when they return, so not just a couple of days. I think one of the bigger pieces that we moved was the January Institute Day, moving that to February. The reason why we did that, it provides us more time to access assessment data that would be available to incorporate into school improvement plans. So, which is why we changed from the January to the February Institute Day. And happy to say that the spring break does capture Good Friday within the spring break, so it doesn't impact our calendar.
Okay, can I have a motion, please?
Oh, sorry.
I move that the Board of Education approve the 2023-24 school calendar as presented.
I second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Hassler, second by Mrs. Troutman. Any questions, comments? Okay, please call the vote.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 5 ayes, no nays, 2 absent, motion passes. All right, item E, approve the maintenance grant application. And this was briefly discussed at the finance meeting, but if you could give a little recap, please.
Yes, for this grant is put out by the state for up to $50,000 for individual projects for maintenance-related projects or life safety work within the district. We're looking to go for $50,000 to potentially offset some of the costs for the boiler replacement at York High School. As per the grant, the board has to approve it before we can actually submit for the grant.
Thank you. Motion, please.
I move that the Board of Education certify the Illinois State Board of Education School Maintenance Grant for capital projects for FY 2023.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Hassler. Any comments, questions? All right, please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 5 ayes, no nays, 2 absent, motion passes. Item F, Memorandum of Understanding for PSRP extracurricular and special assignment stipends.
Yes,
gonna
I'm
give a
happy to provide you with some information on that.
Thank you.
So very quickly, at times in District 205, when we have a open coaching position that we cannot fill by a certified staff member, we will then have to go outside and hire somebody outside the district, which is fantastic because some of our external coaches, they work really well within our school district. But as we started thinking about this topic a little more, we realized that currently our hourly classified PSRP employees in their collective bargaining agreement, it exclusively stated in there that they could not take on a coaching position if they were qualified, if it wasn't filled by a certified staff member. So what this MOU does, it allows for our current hourly PSRP unit members, if they're qualified, to apply for a vacant coaching position within our district. We believe that this is vital. We think it will promote greater job opportunity and satisfaction for our current staff, also allowing them to continue to work with students that they currently work with in a different capacity within our district.
it's no cost implications currently to the district. It's just opening that door for our hourly staff to apply for these open positions when they become available.
Great, thank you. Could I have a motion, please?
I move that the Board of Education approve the memorandum of understanding with the PSRP bargaining unit as presented.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Hassler, second by Mrs. Arvanites. Comments? I would just say I think this is a great way of, letting our people be more connected with our kids. So
definitely, I agree.
Great. All right, please call the vote.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanites?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes. 5 ayes, no nays, 2 absent. Motion passes.
I know. Thank you
You
so
waited-
much for sitting
You
here.
had to wait 3.5 hours. All right, item G, resolution, residency matter, student A. Could I please have a motion?
I'll go. Don't worry, Courtney. I got it. I move that the Board of Education approve the hearing officer's findings that student A is not a resident of the school district because the student is not and has not been residing within the school district's attendance boundaries on a regular, fixed basis for reasons other than attending the district's schools since at least the beginning of the 2022-2023 school year. As a result, I further move that student A be disenrolled effective the end of the school day on November 22nd, 2022. I further move that tuition be charged from the first day of the 2022-2023 school term through the date of disenrollment in the amount of $5,614.05.
I second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Arvanites and second by Mrs. Troutman. Just call the vote, please.
Mrs. Arvanites?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes. 5 ayes, no nays, 2 absent. Motion passes. Next item on the agenda is superintendent's communication. Intervention support teachers.
We moved too fast.
I think it's a little late. I can't find my notes. So here we go. No. As presented in the April 26, 2022 Board of Education meeting, the American Rescue Plan, Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief, which we often refer to as ESSER funds, provided states and school districts help to safely reopen and sustain the safe operations of schools. For the 2022-2023 school year, District 205 utilized a portion of those ESSER funds for the purpose of developing positions for 3 virtual teachers to provide virtual instruction for kindergarten through 5th grade students who are either COVID positive and moving into isolation or who are receiving homebound services. We continue to closely monitor that data, and the number of students from early childhood to 5th grade requiring this instruction is now low, with an average of 0 to 4 students per week participating in virtual instruction for each week of October. So due to those low numbers, we propose to reallocate those resources from virtual instruction to really looking at how we can utilize those resources to provide more intensive intervention support to students based on current student data. So at this time, I'm going to just quickly kick it over to my colleague, Katie Lyons, who's going to speak on
Thank you.
that work.
Yeah, we're excited for this opportunity to provide and lean in more strategically. We've looked at this as a way to provide particular intervention support at our elementary schools as well as our early childhood, but within our elementary schools, focusing in on math and cycles of learning, particularly 4-week cycles of learning at each of our elementary schools leading up to IAR, which begins the week of April 3rd. And so working from that date backwards, we have developed rotations from our 3 former virtual teachers into serving as intervention support teachers, particularly for math support for students that we would say are on the cusp. So the students that need that additional push and reinforcement. And so I will be working particularly closely with the school leaders at each of our elementary schools through these rotations. We've built in a week of planning and preparation to prepare the intervention support teacher to form the groupings of students based on data and to support her with her schedule and leaning in with those teachers. And so we'll do that for each of our 8 elementary schools. And then after April 3rd, we do have one of our intervention support teachers to be rotating into Madison to really focus in on potentially language and literacy development for our EL students. And again, that will be really determined as I'm working individually with the elementary principals and Susan at Madison to figure out those rotations based on our student data. So we're excited about this opportunity and the sort of rotations for the other 2 intervention support teachers after April 3rd, which is when our buildings are in IAR, will shift to a more focus on K-2, which is they don't take IAR. So that's where we'll lean in there. Yeah.
Thank you. So this, we will share and provide an update to our families, our EC5 families, as early as November 21st. So that effective on November 28th, students in grades EC5 who are sick due to COVID-19 will utilize the typical makeup work procedures when missing classwork, as also found in our elementary parent handbook on page 15. So just connecting it back to our strategic priorities, this decision aligns with us ensuring and putting supports in place that we achieve academic excellence and ensure students master essential skills and content, as well as aligning our programs to the data in conjunction with ensuring that we are maximizing our resources to achieve academic excellence. So I just wanted to make sure that we were able to see the alignment to our strategic priorities and our objectives. And so I wanted to provide the board with that update as we will be communicating that more broadly to our EC5 families. We've also stated that we will continue to closely monitor our students that are out due to illness and sickness, and at that time, if there's some readjustments that need to be made with the utilization of those resources, we will share and communicate and provide that update as well.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on that? That was just like an FYI. All right. Freedom of Information Act requests.
2 FOIA requests for specific attorney billing, 1 granted and 1 not in possession. 1 FOIA request for employee quarterly contribution report, granted.
Okay, social media highlight.
Yes, tonight's social media highlights is more of a social media preview in honor of our PSRP Appreciation Day tomorrow. We created this video that we will be sharing across our social media platforms tomorrow. We hope you enjoy it, and by we it means Tanya and her team. Yeah. Well.
So PSRP is kind of the helper of the school. Everything from the first people you see when you enter a school, our administrative assistants, to the adults you see supporting our students in some of our highest need populations. And then also the person you're going to see behind the desk, prepping all the technology and ready to support our students in our learning centers.
So I'd say PSRPs are really the backbone of the district because they do so much of that work with our students. So they're there to be a teacher's aide, maybe in a classroom if there's like say 15 students, to help keep them engaged and keep them doing their work. Sometimes they're a one-on-one aide. If there's a student with some disability where they can't access the classroom, they're there just to assist that student.
Their work, their heart, and their dedication shines through in every aspect of being in a classroom, being in the hallway, being in the lunchroom, being outside, being in community with our students to support them.
Yeah, so without our PSRP staff, I don't know how we could be inclusive. They help them in the classrooms, they help them at lunch, they can help them in PE, they help them with after school activities. They're the people who really make it inclusive so that all of our students can experience all that we have to offer.
I want to thank all of our PSRP across this entire district for working tirelessly to meet the needs of all of our students, help our schools run smoothly, and be the backbone of all that we do.
And just for correction, I meant we, because her team made the video. I'm tired. I didn't mean to say like it wasn't me.
It's okay. We're all struggling. It's after 10
so,
o'clock.
and I know
for
it's
us.
being live taped, so I don't want people to say,
But thank you. I know that we have, Monique is here. And I just thank you to our PSRP staff. Like, you are the faces that are right in there with both families and students, particularly our students who have a lot of needs. And we're really grateful for all the work you do every day. And it keeps this operation humming. And almost every one of you always has a smile. So thank you for that. All right. Our at Board Communications, IASB 2022 Resolutions Committee Report. I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Hostler. She is our IASB delegate.
Thank you. So the IASB 2022 Resolutions Committee Report is linked in the agenda for anybody who wants to look. I know you guys have all probably read it through all the way, but there's lots of information in there for anybody who wants to look at it more in depth. I'm just going to touch a little bit on the process and the 3 new resolutions being presented this year. Okay, so the process itself, the resolutions process begins in April every year when any member school district in Illinois can submit a resolution to IASB. These resolutions are submitted in the hopes that they will be adopted and become one of IASB's position statements. The Resolutions Committee is made up of representatives from each region and reviews all of them in August. And they make a recommendation of either adopt or do not adopt for each proposal. All of the resolutions are then sent to the Delegate Assembly for a vote, regardless of the committee's recommendation. The Delegate Assembly is held at the Joint Annual Conference this month, and this year it's on Saturday, and I will be attending to represent our board. So at that meeting, each member district has 1 delegate who can attend to vote and represent their local school board. The proposals are voted on at that time, and the ones that are adopted will become position statements of IASB. This does not mean that anything will immediately happen or any change will be made at that time. It's just, it's a way for IASB to advocate for and represent us collectively in Springfield. It helps give all school districts a voice, and it's an important part of IASB's role of advocacy. So there are 3 new resolutions this year that were submitted, and I'm just going to quickly mention those, and then if anybody on the board has any questions for me, you can let me know. I'd be happy to get more information. Let me just pull that up. Okay, the first one is about public school financing. It's about fund balances and something called the Miller ratio adjustment. It's just putting some parameters in for how much fund balance schools can carry over. This really does not affect our district because we would never be carrying over the large fund balance like they are talking about here. Mostly affects smaller school districts. And this one, the IASB is recommending to adopt. The second one is about alternative fueled school bus funding. And this one is asking for federal funding for school districts to fund low or no emission school buses and charging stations. Due to some concerns about the wording and the funding resources for this one, the committee recommends do not adopt. And then the last one is a firearm dealer location resolution, and the submitting district is just asking for a change in the distance that firearm, any retail shop that's selling, sorry, I can't even speak anymore, that's selling firearms, how close they can be in proximity to school grounds. So they wanted it increased from 500 feet to 1,500 feet. There was some concern about existing places that are selling, like big box stores and places like that that are already established and built within that distance, and how that would affect them. And so they were just asked, the resolutions committee was asking for maybe a change in the resolution to focus on the advertisement piece in the distance from the school rather than the actual dealer storefront itself. So for that reason, they are recommending to not adopt that one. So those are the three new ones. I just touched on them very briefly. Those are all just recommendations from IASB. And again, if anybody has any questions, feel free to reach out, and there's lots more information in the packet if you'd want.
All right, thanks
so much.
Any questions, comments? Thank you. All right, thanks for going through that, Beth. Any other comments, reports? Okay. We have two upcoming meetings, December 7th, 2022, policy committee meeting. Actually, are we changing? As I'm
Yes,
reading it.
Due to a late release of the 5-year review for the press issue, we're going to push the policy committee meeting to Monday, December 19th, which is just under a 2-week postponement of the date.
Okay, so Monday, December 19th at 5:30 here in District 205 Center for Policy Committee, and then December 13th, regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting here, District 205 Center at 7 o'clock. And as we close, I just want to say thank you to all of you. There's a lot of work going on, and we went through a lot of things, and it's hard because not everything's how we want it to be, but I appreciate the commitment to continuous improvement and listening and moving us forward. We have had some great things that have happened, some great reasons to celebrate, and also some reasons to keep at it and keep working hard. So thank you for all you're doing. We have a lot of amazing things going on in this district, and there's a lot to be grateful for. So thank you. Happy Thanksgiving, and we are adjourned.